A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. You know, Molly Goldberg is one of those kind of women who doesn't think a job is finished until she's played it out to the very end. It wasn't enough for Molly just to help Orianne and her son by taking them in and keeping them for a while. No, Molly's trying to see to it that Orianne gets a good job or a good business, a way of making a living and making a home for little David. Right now, Molly's idea is that Orianne and Mr. Wade go into partnership in the chicken business. Now, of course, Mr. Wade doesn't have much of a chance in Glastonbury because his past is dead against him, but with Orianne on the outside making contacts and getting customers while he does the farm work, well, things might work out. Molly hasn't broached her scheme to Orianne just yet, but she's thinking furiously, planning, maneuvering. Listen.
Rosalie, so come quickly, darling. The water's standing. Come waiting. And bring the soap in a big towel, please.
I don't know why that couldn't wait, Mom.
Well, why should it wait, darling? Why should it wait? Now I have a minute, so come, let me shampoo you. Come, dear.
I can wash my own hair, Mom.
All right, darling. Don't I know you can wash your own hair? Don't I know that? Well, come, darling. 1, 2, 3, and I'll be finished. Come.
All right.
So bend down over here, dear.
I don't get soap in my eyes, Mom.
I didn't get any soap. Why should I get soap? Bend a little lower.
All right.
A little lower.
It's all right, Mom. It's uncomfortable that way.
Oh, a little lower. Listen. It's too hot?
No, it's all right.
It's too cold?
No, it's just right, Mom.
Slow cool.
Uh-huh.
All right. All right. Bend a little bit. So, where did David's mother go, Rosalie?
To the village, I think.
She didn't took David?
She's with Dr. Tater Sr. She likes to ride with him.
I likes to ride with him. That's a child. Stand down. Don't wiggle.
Oh, you're getting soap in my eyes, Mom.
Soap in your eyes. Oh. So, all right? I apologize. All right?
All right.
Better? All right. All right.
Mom, why did Orianne change her mind about staying at the Cater house?
She wants to be here better, that's right.
I'm glad. The house would be very empty without them now.
Very empty. I'm so used to them now. Very used to them. She's going in the chicken business. She's going to be a partner with Mr. Ray.
Mr. Way?
Don't pick up your head.
Well, Mr. Way?
I didn't told her yet. She don't know yet. I have to tell her. Stay down. Stay. Here's the towel.
No, I forgot it.
I forgot.
Well, what does she know about the chicken business?
What does she have to know? She'll only have to get the business from the hotel people to sell the chicken broilers to the hotel. Where's the towel?
Fanny, bring the towel down for me.
A big one, dear. A Turkish one, please. Bend, darling. Bend now. Let me rinse you. Just a minute.
Head on my head that way,
Stop.
Mom.
Put my hand on that way. Bend.
All right.
Right?
All right.
All right.
Maybe Orianne won't want it.
What do you mean she wouldn't want it? Why shouldn't she want it?
Well, because Mr. Way is...
You want, Mom? This?
Yes, dear.
Here.
Thank you very much, dear. Take your phone, Family, dear. Come here downstairs. Let me wipe you.
Hello? Yes?
Yeah, who's the yes?
Yes?
What's the yes?
Oh, for you, Ma.
Oh, me?
Take it, Ma. I can dry my own
Who's
hair.
the family?
Dr. Cater.
Local?
No, New York.
Oh, that's the kid that's in New York? Jimmy?
I'll make a little wager with somebody.
Hello? Yes?
There's a nasty fragrance of love in the air.
What? Yes? Quiet, I can't hear, please. It's Dr. Cater. Hello?
What do you mean that there's a fragrance of love in the air?
Just what I...
Distance, please. Silence, a moment, period.
All
Hello?
right,
Dr. Cater? She's not here at the moment. No, she's not here at the moment. Yeah? Oh, very well, Doctor. Very well. Call back in a few minutes. I'll find her because she's here about someplace. Very well. Goodbye.
What is it, Ma?
Dr. Cater has a very fine position for Orianne.
In New York?
Yeah, reception at a hospital she should be.
Receptionist, Ma.
Whatever she'll want to do, so she'll do. Receptionist, let be. No.
The chicken business, Ma.
All right, darling, whatever she'll want to do, so she'll do.
What chicken business?
Dry your hair over the please.
What chicken business?
Mr. Way is offering to take Orianne into the chicken business.
Does she know about it?
Not yet, she doesn't know. Dry yourself good, Rosalie, dear.
I am, Ma.
Family, you go over to Martha's, and maybe she's over there. Maybe she went over to Martha to help her fix her hat. And I'll walk over to Mike Matricia because Dr. Cater's going to call back in 10 minutes.
All right, Ma.
Go up, Rosalie, darling. Change yourself. You're all wet.
All right.
Come, Sporty.
Leave Sporty in the house, Ma. His nose is dry.
Go in, Sporty. Your nose is dry.
Come here, Sporty.
Go in. Your nose is dry. Go to the lift.
Yeah?
If Orianne should come in the meantime, don't mention anything, you hear? Because I want to tell her about Mr. Ray and the chickens personally. You hear me?
Uh-huh.
Don't talk.
All right.
Because I want her to make her own incision.
Decision.
Or let me like you said, look.
Come here, Sporty. Come here. Don't you feel well, huh? I'll feel your nose. Oh, it's all dry. Come here, Sporty. This way. You're getting old, Sporty. Now, toe jump. Down. Mr. Ray? Excuse me. I just had my hair washed. I think my mother will be right back. She just went out to tell Orianne that Dr. Cater is calling from New York. He has a position for her as a receptionist, and my mother doesn't want me to tell, so Orianne can make up her own mind about being partners in the chicken business or going to work in New York. So if this telephone call comes in, will you please take it because I'm going upstairs? I'll be right down. You stay down, Sporty. Excuse me, Mr. Way. Stay down, Sporty. That's the boy.
Come here, fella. Come on. Sit up. Shake hands. That's the boy.
Will you take the phone, please? And if it's for Dr. Cater, don't call back.
All right. Hello? Hello? Yes? No, Mrs. Leland hasn't come back yet. Will you tell him to call back? Oh, hello, wait a minute. Here is Mrs. Leland now. Hello? Hello?
Calling for me?
Yes. They hung up. I told him to call back in a little while.
What was it?
Dr. Cater from New York.
Dr. Cater?
He has a position for you.
Did he tell you that?
He told it to Mrs. Goldbergs. She's looking for you to tell you the good news.
Oh.
Is that you, Mrs. Leland?
Yes, Rosie.
I'll be right down. I think my mother is looking for you. She wants you to make your own decision.
Decision about what?
You really don't have any decision to make, Mrs. Leland. A receptionist at a hospital is a decent, intelligent job. And you'll be able to be in New York where no one cares who you are or what you are or where you're from.
Yes.
Dr. Cater seems very interested in your future.
Not very.
Interested enough to help.
Everyone's been very kind to me since I came here with David.
Perhaps that's because you make people feel kindly towards you. Well, I'm very glad you got this position open. And I wish you lots of luck with it.
I'm looking for you. I'm looking for Dr. Cater. Yes, I know. So make up your mind, Orianne. What would you rather do? I have no choice. A position is a position. Well, I have to make a living. But maybe you can make a living also in the chickens. Chickens? Yes, didn't you mention it, Mr. Ray?
Oh, I didn't think it was worthwhile, Mrs. Goldberg. You can't compare what I've got to offer with a good position. The job in the hospital will be certain, easy, interesting, with a good salary, or else Dr. Cater wouldn't have bothered to call. And if Mrs. Leland becomes my partner in the chicken business, well, it's not the most delicate kind of work. It's not the kind of work for a woman like Mrs. Leland, or for any woman for that matter. So, I know if I were Mrs. Leland that I'd be...
The telephone. I'll take it. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Leland. Yes, Dr. Cater? I see. Yes. Yes. Yes, but... I'm sorry. But I can't take it. Well, because I'm going into the chicken business with Mr. Ray.
There's something very strange and insistent And the way Orianne continuously refuses Dr. Kidder's help. It may mean she dislikes him or likes him, but it doesn't explain why she always defends the ex-convict, ex-swindler, ex-man from another life, Mr. Wade.
Oh, can it be a ray of sun that makes you happy when he awakes? Oh, no, it ain't his sun ray. It's the grape nut flake.
Wait a minute. Don, what's that?
Well, Jack, we have to have a theme song for Grape Nuts Flakes, and I thought that would be a good idea.
Well, it's awful. You better get another one next week.
Okay. The Grape Nuts Flake program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Friends, this is the way the man of the house sounds before he has breakfast. He opens one eye and groans, oh, what a day, what a day. But wait. Give the man of the house a big, tempting bowl full of delicious, toasty brown grape nuts flakes, and then you hear something like this. Oh, boy, what a day, what a day. Same words, same man, but notice the difference. The difference that goes with a swell-tasting breakfast. And it's the makings of a swell-tasting breakfast you get in each big 12-ounce package of grape nuts flakes. Your favorite malty-rich grape nuts flavor in toasty brown, tempting flake form. So keep smiling, friends, on the home front with plenty of delicious, sweet-as-a-nut grape nuts flakes. Hallelujah, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Plaza Theater in Palm Springs, California, we bring you that sun-tanned adenoids.
Adenoids? That's Adonis. Read it right.
Oh, yes.
Adenoid.
That sun-tanned Adonis, Jack Benny.
Well, thank you.
Hooray for Benny!
Thank you, sir. Who is that guy? Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, it sure is a thrill broadcasting for this all-Army audience.
Yes, it is, Jack.
Just think, we have Army nurses and patients here from Turney Hospital, soldiers from the Tank Corps at Camp Young, Army Air Force pilots from Camp Hemet, and pilots and ground crews from the Ferry Command.
And don't forget the boys from the glider school at 29 pounds. They're here, too.
Oh, yes, and that reminds me. Will you fellas up there in the gliders quit looping around the chandelier? We're broadcasting. I don't see why they can't leave their gliders outside. But you know, Don, with all these soldiers in this area, Palm Springs has really changed.
Well, what do you mean, Jack?
Well, I know a cute girl that works in the drugstore up the street here, so last night I dropped in as usual to ask her for a date.
And what happened?
She's booked solid till 1987. I'll be down to get her in a wheelchair, honey. By the way, Don, where are you stopping here in town?
Oh, I'm at the Deep Well Guest Ranch.
Oh, at the Deep Well, eh?
Yes. Where are you staying, Jack?
Me? Oh, I'm at the Shallow Bucket Motel. It's right in back of the Deep Well. You can't miss it. It's a nice white building with a corral around it.
Corral around it? Why, that's our stable.
I know. When I say I'm going to hit the hay at night, I really mean it. But the hotels are crowded. I don't mind roughing it here in the desert. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. Here we are in Old Palm Springs, with its sunshine, oh so bright. Here it's calm, and here it's peaceful. But hold your hats on Saturday.
We'll bring all the soda town on Saturday night and have a celebrate. Now, these boys, the desert in 12 weeks.
You're to me.
Well, we didn't expect a laugh on that one, did we?
I dropped my handkerchief on the main street yesterday, and oh, brother, what a riot.
I mean, they moved in on you, eh?
Yeah, now I know what they mean by a military objective.
Well, after all, Mary, there aren't many girls around here.
You said it. You should have been at the USO dance last night.
What happened?
I barely got started dancing when a corporal came up and said, "Pardon me, miss, may my squad cut in?"
Squad? You mean to say you were out on the floor with 8 fellas at once?
Yeah. That's the first time I ever danced cheek to cheek, cheek to cheek, cheek to cheek.
I know what you mean, but... Well, look who's here, Dennis Day.
Where?
You. You're Dennis Day. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
What are you staring at, kid?
Gee whiz, look at all those big moths flying around.
Moths? Well, now, for the last time, will you fellas in the gliders please come down? Relax, it's your day off. Well, Dennis? Dennis, what's on your mind?
Mine? That's a hot one.
I mean, how do you like it here? Have you been having fun?
Yeah, but this town sure has changed. Remember when we were here a year ago and we used to step out with all those pretty girls?
Yes, sir.
You and I sure played gin rummy last night, didn't we?
That we did. How much did I win from you, kid?
$300.
Oh, yes.
I can't understand it. We were only playing for matches.
Well, you see, Dennis, those matches represented $10 apiece. And I had them all.
When I had them all, a match was a match.
Never mind. You had fun, so forget it. Say, Dennis, did you go around visiting the different camps and sing for the boys I told you to?
You know, Mr. A lot of tanks and they're painted different colors.
Well, sure, Dennis. Camouflage.
Camouflage? What's that?
That's fake.
That's make. Everybody uses.
In layers?
Never mind. Anyway, it's about time for a band number. Say, Phil, have you got a good hot tune for us?
If you're referring to a musical selection, I have one prepared that should be rather euphonious.
Euphonious?
That means it'll sound good.
I know.
You know now.
I knew before. But what I want to know is, where did you get that highbrow language?
Well, I've been studying English in night school. Oh,
Phil, big man with a baby to night school for.
That's the only way I can get out of the house.
Well, you ought to stay home. You studied French all last year, and you don't remember a thing.
I do, too. Get this. Je, perjurer, dans les pommes de terre.
What does that mean?
I went fishing in the mashed potatoes.
Well, that's the silliest hobby I ever heard of. Phil, getting back to your euphonious musical selection, how about it?
Oui, oui, mademoiselle.
Go ahead and play. I went fishing in the mashed potatoes. was Trains in the Night, Harris, and his rivets of music. They really hammer it out. Say, Phil.
Yes, Jackson.
Phil, you and the boys are going back to Los Angeles Tuesday, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, that's the day gas rationing starts. How are you going to get back?
Well, you know that big bus we always ride in?
Yes.
Well, we're going back. I'm going to put my brass section behind it and let 'em blow.
That's the best substitute for gas I've heard of. No kidding, huh?
Well, Jack, gas isn't the only thing that's being rationed nowadays.
No, there are a lot of things, Don. There's a half a pound of sugar a week, no whipped cream, 1 cup of coffee a day, and meatless Tuesday. But we'll just have to get used to it.
Used to it? You've been rehearsing for this all your life.
What are you talking about? I've always served a lot of food in my house.
Go on. You wouldn't even put a piece of cheese in a mousetrap.
I wouldn't, eh? Then how is it I catch 4 or 5 mice a week? Huh?
You charm 'em with a flute.
Listen, Mary, if you think I'm bad, you should have been at Eddie Cantor's house with me for Thanksgiving dinner.
You had dinner at Cantor's house?
Yes. I was on his program Wednesday night, and he didn't give me many jokes, so he invited me to dinner. I guess he didn't want to be a complete louse. Anyway, Eddie, Ida, the 5 daughters, and myself sat down to eat.
Did you have turkey, Jackson?
Yes, that's the only bird I ever saw that was beaten to death. You should have seen how fast Ida and those 5 daughters went after the turkey. Henry Kaiser must have taught them how to eat. That food really disappeared.
Well, Jack, what part of the turkey did you get?
The rudder. That Cantor's really a guy.
Well, talking about Thanksgiving dinner, Jack, you should have been over to my house. Yum, yum.
What did you have, Don?
Well, for breakfast, I had a bowl of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes right out of that 12-ounce economy-size package.
Good, but what did you have for dinner?
Then around lunch, I felt hungry again, so I had another dish of grape nuts flakes.
But what did you have for dinner?
Well, for dinner, I had a great big turkey.
Good.
And, Jack, do you know what my turkey was stuffed with?
Yes, and I wish this was the $64 question. Do I know? Hey, did you have a nice Thanksgiving dinner?
Oddly, we started out with fish histoire à la crue.
Yes.
Had some pommes de terre à la messe.
Uh-huh.
And then for our main dish, we had Faison rotisserie.
Faison?
You know, roast peasant.
That's pheasant. Roast pheasant. For good. Phil, I give you my word of honor. You're stupid. You can believe me. And now, ladies and
Can
gentlemen...
you imagine wading through all that French and then stumbling on a peasant?
That's life, Phil. That's life. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, the Benny Livestock Company. I mean, the Benny Livestock Company. Will an unusual novel.
Wait a minute. On a novel, you mean the same thing.
Phil, if you don't shut up, I'll take that yo-yo off your baton. Now, it so happens that many of the tank troops who are engaged in the North African campaign learned the principles of desert warfare right down here at Camp Young. So for our play this evening, we're going to take you to North Africa and show you the amazing adventures of 3 boys who trained at Camp Young and who are now on the Sahara Desert.
Am I going to be in this?
No, Mary, this is about soldiers. There's no part for a girl.
You let me be in your play, or I'll tell all these fellows you live in a stable.
They know that already.
Do they know you're in there pitching for your room rent?
All right, you can be in the play. Now, the 3 soldiers I spoke of will be Private Phil Harris, Private Don Wilson, and General Jack Benny.
That's the fastest promotion I ever heard of.
What?
From a pitchfork to a sword in 2 lines.
All right, I'll be a corporal. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, you're going to be a general in our play tonight. General Rommel.
General Rommel? Whose side is he on?
Nobody knows. They can't find them.
They will, don't worry. Now, Dennis, General Rommel is the head of what's left of the German army in Africa. And you're going to be him.
I don't want to be General Rommel.
You'll be General Rommel. And now, folks...
Well, I won't step on a goose.
That's goose step. Won't step on a goose. Anyway, you're going to be that German general. It's only a play. And now, folks, this drama will go on immediately after a song by our temperamental tenor. Sing.
You were so good to me. I really thought I had a place in your heart. But now I see it never was me. It was someone else right from the start. You're dreaming, he's dreaming, I'm dreaming too. Our three dreams are one too many, so my dream can never come true. You love him, he loves you, I love you too. Our three dreams are one too many, so my dream can never come true. My hoping that you would love me was only a madcap scheme that left me in the middle of this crazy little three-cornered dream. You're happy, he's happy, I know I'm through. Three dreams are one too many, so I'll give my dream to you. Three dreams are one too many, so I'll give my dream.
That was Three Dreams from the forthcoming picture Powers Girls, sung for the first time on the air by Dennis Day. And incidentally, folks, Dennis sings that song in the picture.
Yes, sir.
Powers Girls. What part did you play it in, Dennis?
I was Tilly, the third girl from the left.
You were not. Stop showing off. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our drama of Army life entitled Three Men in a Tank. So let us journey to North Africa, to the Allied base, in the little town of military secret Morocco. Curtain music. Boy, it's hot here in Morocco. Detachment, halt! Detachment, halt! Detachment, halt! Now, fellas, cut that out. Corporal Benny and crew reporting for duty, General. What are the orders?
Now, listen, Benny, I have a special assignment for you and your tank crew. We've received information that General Rommel is hiding in the little town of... Now, your orders are to proceed to that town and capture Rommel.
Yes, sir. Write that down, Private Wilson.
I haven't got a pencil.
Write that down, Private Harris.
I can't write.
Okay, I'll memorize it. Now, General Rommel. General. Rommel is pretty tricky. But I'll go on this mission, and I'll capture Rommel, or my name is...
Quiet, Ham. Get moving.
Yes, sir. Let's go, fellas. Detachment, forward, march. Wait till I open the door. Okay. Let's go, fellas. Here's our tank. We're off for the Libyan desert. Say, this tank rides pretty good. Darn those camels, why don't they stay on their side of the road?
Hey, are them things camels? I thought they were horses that had a bad night.
Well, they're camels. And incidentally, Harris, you're the gunner. 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 And everybody clean up around here or we'll never get that gold star for tidiest tank in the outfit. How you coming along, Wilson?
Fine, sir. I'm all through dusting.
All through dusting? Look at those cretonne curtains. I can hardly see the rosebuds on them. Take them out.
Hey, Corporal, can I have a bottle of beer?
It's right in the icebox. Help yourself.
The icebox is empty.
What? A fine tank with no beer. Oh, hostess.
Yes, Corporal.
I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner?
Great nut flakes.
Oh, boy, it says here. What else are we having?
Broiled camel chops with 2 humps of potatoes.
Goody.
I think we're running low on gas, Corporal.
Low on gas right in the middle of the desert. Well, I'll be darned. There's a gas station right up ahead. I'll drive in. Here comes the attendant.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
We'd like some gasoline, please.
Okay. Where's your A book?
That's not till December 1st. Now fill up my tank. 5 gallons, please.
Yes, sir. There you are.
Good. How much is that?
Nothing. This is a mirage.
Well, I hope I find a mirage after next Tuesday. Well, let's go, men. And I'm going to find Rommel on this desert, or my name ain't... Two days on this desert, no trace of Rommel. I wonder where we are.
Here comes someone on a camel. He's dressed like an Arab.
Oh, yes. I'll see if I can make him understand me. Hello there. Me, American soldier. You tell him we're confined Tripoli?
I don't know. I'm a stranger around here.
Well, aren't you an Arab?
No, sir. I won these bloomers shooting craps.
Oh, do they shoot craps around here?
In Ethiopia, it's the survival of the fittest.
Well, where did you get the...
He knelt down and I painted him.
Well, now, listen, stranger. We're looking for Rommel. Have you seen any Nazis around here?
I've worn out 4 razors, if that's what you mean.
Good. Then he must be around here somewhere. Well, thanks for the information, mister. So long.
So long. I'm a chic of L.O.B. down south in Africa.
I don't know how long we've been on this desert. What do we got for dinner, hostess?
Roast turkey.
Roast turkey, meat. Why don't we have sardines once in a while?
Are you kidding?
I wonder where we are.
Stop the tank, Corporal. There's a signpost up ahead.
Oh, yes. Let's see what it says on that signpost. It says Benghazi, 23 miles. El Agalia, 16 miles. Palm Springs Racket Club, 8,000 miles. And I want to get some tennis in before dinner. Oh, well.
Hey, Corporal, look at that guy running across the desert.
The fellow in the suit, and he's toward us. Hello there. Say, mister, we're American soldiers. Maybe you can help us out.
Und wir steigen zur Geitung vertätigt eine Luten für Stuten. Which way is Tripoli?
What? I beg your pardon?
Zum Pass und wir steigen zur Geitung vertätigt eine Luten, Stuten. Which way is Tripoli?
Wait a minute. I know that face. You're General Rommel, and you're under arrest.
Arrest?
Come on with us. We're American soldiers. Oh, boy, wait till Hitler hears about this.
Amerikanische Soldaten, fast gebluten, geheimnis gelöten und die geheime Staatspolizei right in the Führer's face.
You got something there. Come on, men. We'll get medals for this.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Solaris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, another Grape Nuts Flakes fable, friends, by that old spinner of fables, Don Wilson. This one's about a little appetite and how he grew. You see, this little appetite was very, very sad because he stayed so small, and he was always going around wailing, woe's me, why can't I grow up and be like other appetites? Then one day a kind lady gave this little appetite a great big tempting bowl full of delicious toasty brown grape nuts flakes, and quick as a wink, that little appetite grew and grew and grew until all at once he said, oh boy, grape nuts flakes, today I am a man. Well, the moral of that fable is just this. If any appetites need special coaxing at your house, the thing to do is to serve plenty of delicious, malty, rich grape nuts flakes. For the distinctive goodness of grape nuts flakes really makes appetites grow. It's the grand, tempting flavor of grape nuts in toasty, brown, crispy flake form. So ask your grocer for grape nuts flakes tomorrow. It's a grand old flag played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as is my custom, every Sunday night at this
Hold
time...
it, Don. Hold it. Tonight's introduction is for our good old maestro. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that this is the farewell appearance of Phil Harris on this program, as Phil and his band have joined the United States Maritime Service. They're in the Merchant Marine. That's for you and the boys, Phil.
Thanks, everybody. And speaking for the whole gang and myself, I want to say that we've had a lot of fun on this program, and we're sure going to miss it.
We're going to miss you, too, Phil.
That's right. You and I may have had our little quarrels, and we may have gotten pretty sore at each other at times. But I'll tell you one thing, Phil. You're the best band leader I ever worked with.
Oh, Jackson, you're kidding.
I know, but you're leaving tonight. But on the level, things won't be the same around here without good old Twitch. Say, how long you been with me, Phil?
6 years.
6 years.
6 years without a raise.
Yes, sir. And now you and the boys are leaving. Gosh, I feel like a mother robin. A mother robin whose eggs have all hatched. And the little birds are flying away.
Make that ducks, will you? We're in the Merchant Marine.
All right, I feel like a mother duck.
What'd you just say, Jack?
Oh, hello, Mary. I was just telling Phil that I feel like a mother duck.
Well, you've got the right seat for us.
I don't mean that. I'm being sentimental. Phil and the boys have joined the maritime service.
Well, congratulations, Phil.
Thanks. Hey, Mary, how do you like my new uniform? Pretty natty, ain't it?
Yeah. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd wear a coat with pants to match.
What?
Including your tuxedo.
You're not fooling. Oh, say, Phil, what did you do with that loud sport coat you used to wear?
You mean my herringbone?
No, your tuna fish with the smelt in the back. Hey, that's pretty good, huh?
Please, Jackson, no corn tonight.
Okay, Phil.
By the way, where are you stationed, Phil?
We're training over at Catalina Island under Captain Beebe. And what a routine they put you through. The first day, there was a guy says, go see the doc and he'll give you a few shots.
A few shots, eh?
So I go up to the doc's office, say, where's the bourbon? And the guy jabs me with a needle.
Well, of course. Of course, that's what they meant, shots in the arm. Did the shots bother you, Phil?
No, I took them like they was nothing. But when they cut off my curls, I cried like a baby.
That's right, Phil. You have got a regulation haircut. I mean, a little bone is showing. Incidentally, old pal, what did you do with those curls?
Forget it, Jack. They'll never match.
Mary, I just want a lock of Phil's hair to remember him by. I'm sentimental. I told you I feel like a mother duck. Say, Phil, how are you and the boys getting along with your training?
Oh, we're sharp, Jackson. Get a load of this. All right, men. Attention. Salute. 1, 2.
Well.
Okay, man, as you was.
All right, sit down, fellas. Sit down. As you was. And you sure you didn't make a mistake, Phil? Well, it's a great life, though, Phil, and it'll do you a lot of good. Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. How are you feeling?
Just ducky, Mother. Say, Mr. Benny, I passed Warner Brothers Theater just now, and there's a sign there that says George Washington slept here, staring Ann Sheridan and the world's greatest lover.
That's right.
Well, gee whiz, I thought you were in that picture.
I am. That's me, the world's greatest lover.
That's something new, isn't it?
No, it's nothing new. It just happens that the studios finally realize that I'm the lover type.
The lover type?
Yes.
Somehow I prefer to think of you as a mother duck.
No, don't be silly. And everything you say just rolls off of me. I can go along with a duck.
Say, Jack, I saw your picture, and there's just one thing I can't understand.
What's that, Don?
Well, in those you did with Ann Sheridan, where she was wearing an evening gown, I couldn't see your face.
What do you mean?
You're all standing behind her. Why was that?
Well...
Jack had his lines written on her back.
Well, I had some long scenes. You try to talk and make love at the same time. Say, Dennis, have you seen my picture yet?
No, I haven't, Mr. Benny.
You haven't, eh? And now, folks...
Am I going to get bumped off?
No! I don't care whether you see it or not, you little... What do I care? Now turn around and sing your song.
I wouldn't turn around for $1 million.
I'm not going to kick you. Now go ahead.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now
Who cares what you sing? Just do it, that's all. I've seen that picture 10 times. He can't see it once.
I'm getting tired so I can sleep. I want to sleep so I can dream. I want to dream so I can be with you. I've got your picture by my bed. Will soon be placed beneath my head to keep me company the whole night through. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming too of bliss that once were mine. Tender arms that shine, they will light my way tonight. I'll see you in my dreams. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming of you.
Now, as I'm getting tired so I can sleep, sung by Dennis Day. And now, folks,
How'd you like my song, Mr. Benny?
how'd you like my picture?
I told you I didn't see it.
Well, I didn't hear your song either. And now, folks,
Holy smoke, he's deaf.
I am not. And now, folks, I would like to announce that tomorrow we're all leaving for New York. And for the next several weeks, we'll be broadcasting from Army camps, Navy and Marine bases throughout the East. Now, fellas, you must realize how crowded the trains are nowadays and how tough it is to get transportation. So we'll all have to be satisfied with riding in the baggage car. Right?
Oh, Jack, your idea will never work out.
Well, we can try it, can't we?
What is his idea, Mary?
Jack's going to put us in a big crate, and we have to bark when the conductor comes by.
Now, that's just plain silly. We're not going to make off like dogs.
This is a fine time to tell you I bought a license this morning.
You bought a dog license?
Mail.
Well, naturally. Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow for the East, and that's that.
You know, Jackson, me and the boys are sure going to miss going with you.
Well, we're going to miss you too, Phil. Just think. Our last week with Harris.
And look, fellas, that reminds me. I owe a little money around here, and I might as well get things straightened up.
Wait a minute. Wait till I get my book out. Here it is. H here. Phil Harris, $4.
Now, Don, you picked up a dinner check at Harry's Steakhouse last week, and it amounted to $7.50. Here's your money.
Oh, forget it, Phil. Forget it. The treat was on me.
Well, thanks, Don. And Mary, I had you buy some handkerchiefs for Alice. How much does that come to?
Oh, never mind, Phil. Let's call it a little present and forget it.
Gee. Thanks, Mary. Well, you're next, Jackson. What do you got down against me in that little book of yours?
Well, it's $4, Phil, but
Forget
about it. Forget it. I don't want your money.
No. Now, come on, Jackson. I owe you the dough, so here it is.
Well, Oh, forget it, Phil. Forget it.
Well, gee, Jackson, that's marvelous. You're a swell guy.
Don't swell guy me. I'm on a spot, and you know it. I'll just scratch your name out of this book here.
Hey, Mr. Benny, how come Mr. Harris owes you $4?
Well?
3 years ago, Phil got Jack a date with a girl, and she picked his pocket.
She was a tall blonde with the longest fingers. Now, remember, fellas, I'll probably bump into her, but when will I be in Monrovia again? Now, remember, fellas, we're leaving tomorrow, so be at the Santa Fe station a half hour before train time. We'll have lunch on the train.
Oh, pardon me, Jack, but why can't we make that a late breakfast?
A late breakfast? Said he, falling into the trap like an absent-minded elephant. What do you mean, Don?
Well, if we can make it breakfast, we can all sit down to a nice big bowl of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes. And do you know what they come in, Jack?
No, Don, said Benny with a merry twinkle in his big blue eye. What do they come in?
Grape nuts flakes come in that big 12-ounce economy-size package and contain iron, niacin, and vitamin B1.
Well, I'll be one, too, Don. Anyway, fellas, getting back to our trip to New York. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Sign for it, Mary. Wait a minute, buddy. Here's a nickel for you.
I can't take it. That'll put me over the 25,000 mark.
I should have known he was wealthy with those ermine leggings. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from the Acme Plaza Hotel in New York.
Oh.
It says, Dear Mr. Benny, understand you are coming to New York next week. We have lovely rooms here with a bath on every floor. Just follow the arrow.
Oh, yes, the Acme Plaza.
We also have dancing nightly in the zebra room.
Well.
So bring your zebra and have a good time.
With a zebra?
Let us know if you are coming, as we have wall beds. It'll take some time to get them down.
Say, I might stay there at that. The Acme Plaza is one of the finest. So I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
I went downstairs to pack your trunk like you told me to, and the polar bear's sleeping in it.
Carmichael in my trunk? Well, get him out of there.
How?
What do you mean, how?
Have you any suggestions that won't involve my brother inheriting my new wristwatch?
Carmichael won't bite you. Just tickle him and he'll jump out.
I wouldn't tickle that bear with Hitler's mustache.
All right, then lay out my clothes and I'll pack when I get home.
But that reminds me, Mr. Benny, you better buy some pajamas.
I don't have to buy pajamas. I got 6 pair back from the laundry with my monogram on them. J.B.
That was a mistake. They belong to Miss Joan Bennett.
Oh, my goodness. You mean to say that last night I slept in girls' pajamas?
Boss, you were a vision.
Well, I'll return them to Miss Bennett immediately. Now, Rochester, I hear it's pretty chilly in New York, so pack all my heavy things. I don't want to catch cold.
Don't worry, boss. I even sewed your long underwear all the way up to the neck so no wind can blow through.
Sewed up my long underwear? How am I going to get into it?
There's a trap door in the back.
Well, look. Well, look, Rochester. Rochester, get all my stuff together and I'll finish packing when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I told that crazy boarder of ours that we were going to be away for about 8 weeks.
Mr. Billingsley, how did he take it?
Oh, fine. He chewed up a handful of mothballs and zipped himself in a bag.
Oh, well, he'll keep when we get home. So long, Rochester.
So long.
Darn that guy. If you want to get things done, you got to do them yourself. Play, Phil. That was Victory Fleet, the theme song of the United States Merchant Marine. Say, Phil, just what do you fellas do in the maritime service at Catalina?
Well, you see, Jackson, in shipyards all over the country,
You're not nervous tonight, you know, because it's the last night. Jackson is the name. You've been saying it 6 years.
May I start over again?
Yes, you may. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, you see, Jackson, in shipyards all over the country, they're building hundreds of Liberty ships. And over at the island, they train the crews that are going to man them. Those cargoes have really got to keep moving.
You said it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, and as a special tribute to Phil and the boys, we will present a play about the maritime service entitled Liberty Ship. Or pull in your neck, there's a porthole around it. Now, Mary, inasmuch as we're short of actors, you'll have to be a man in our sketch.
I don't want to be a man.
You'll be a sailor like the rest of us.
Okay, Captain Kidd.
I'm not a captain.
You're not a kid
either. I know. Well, just for that, I'm going to be the captain. Now, Dennis.
Aye, aye, sir.
Don't aye me, because you're not going to be on my ship. You're going to play the part of a Japanese admiral.
A Japanese admiral?
Yes.
Last week I was a German general. Now I'm a Japanese admiral. What's the big idea?
Go see my picture, kid, and you'll get better parts. You're going to be a Jap. It's only a play. Now, our first scene, ladies and gentlemen, takes place at the Henry Kaiser Shipyard in the little town of Military Secret, California. We will now show you the amazing speed with which a Liberty ship is constructed. Take it away, Kaiser Shipyard.
Hey, Joe, there's an empty space right here.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's build a ship on it.
Okay, start riveting.
Welding all through.
Okay, start welding.
Welding all through.
Okay, start painting.
Painting all through.
Okay, let's launch it.
And that, folks, is a typical 5 minutes at a Kaiser shipyard. My writers did that. Very good, too, boys. Very good. Gee, they were able to stand up, too. Scene 2 aboard that same Liberty ship, somewhere in the ocean. Music. Sailing over the bounding main, da-diddly-dum-da-dum. Oh, Wilson.
Yes, Captain Benny.
Did you jib the spinnaker like I told you to?
Aye, aye, sir.
Good. Did you scuttle the mizzenmast and port the starboard?
Aye, aye, sir.
Good. Now get busy and deck the swab.
Let's swab the deck.
I'm the captain here. Get busy. 3 bells already.
3 bells? What's that in regular time, Captain?
Yes, sir. Now get busy. Oh, hello, Seaman Livingston.
Hello, Cop.
That's Cap. And salute. Salute when you address me. Get your hand up to your forehead.
Like this?
No, higher. I want discipline, and I'm going to have it. Where's Seaman Phil Harris?
He's up on the poop deck drinking pop.
Well, I'm going downstairs. I mean below, to get something to eat.
Oh, you better eat later, Captain. There's a bad storm blowing up.
I don't care. When I want to eat, I want to eat.
You sure picked a nice year for us.
Never mind.
Were you looking for me, Cap?
Yes, Harris. We're just going down to have some chow. Come on, Livy, Harris. Let's get something to eat. Here's the galley. Right here. What are we having for dinner, Livy?
It's right there on the table.
Oh, boy. Fried chicken, au gratin potatoes, creamed spinach, and mince pie with ice cream. Let's dig in.
Oh, it's blowing up bad now.
Oh, this boat is sure rocking.
Yeah, sure is.
Well, start eating, Captain. I thought you were hungry.
Who, me? I feel fine.
Wow, we're short pitching. This ship can really take us.
Oh, Phil, pass me the gravy. It's in your lap.
Oh. Here you are, Livy. Hey, Cap, aren't you going to eat it all?
No, thanks. Not right. Oh, now. What are you laughing at, Livy?
Lucky Strike Green has gone to your face.
I don't care. I'm going to weather the storm, and I'm going to bring this ship to port, or my name ain't... Oh, boy, we're making marvelous time. A couple of more days, and we'll be at the... Harris, what are you doing there?
I'm fishing, sir. I just hooked a big one, and he pulled a knife on me.
That's a swordfish. Fine fisherman.
Hey, Phil, you've got another bite.
And it's a big one. Reel it in.
I got him. Wow, it must be a shark.
Pull it up. Pull it over the rail. Wow, it's a shark, all right.
Shark's nothing. It's one of them little Jap submarines.
I'll be darned, it is a Jap sub. Open the hatch, Wilson.
Aye, sir.
Now, come on out, you. Come on out.
Hello, peekaboo, please. Oh, thank you very much.
It's a Jap. Grab him, Wilson.
I got him.
Now, listen, you.
Hey, Cap, there's someone else in that sub.
Oh, yes. Come on out, you. Come on.
Hello, how to do? Which way, Tokyo, please?
Oh, boy, we got two of them. Now, which one of you is the captain?
Me, Captain Yokomoto, Imperial Japanese Navy. Thank you very much.
Now, listen, Captain.
Beg your pardon, please. Me, Captain Takasuba. Thank you very much. Me, Captain. Oh, sorry, Takasuba. Begging pardon, please. But me, Captain. No, please. Me, Captain.
Wait a minute. Can a straight man break in here?
Oh, so sorry, please. So sorry.
I don't care which one of you is captain. You're both under arrest.
Arrest?
Yes.
Und versteigen Sie keinen Verteidigung, eine Minuten verstuten, eine Minuten verstuten. What? Right in Hirohito's face. Come on, you two, you're going to play.
Friends, your most precious assets these strenuous days are your good humor and your good health. And one way to safeguard both humor and health is to see that your folks get the right start each day with a delicious, nourishing breakfast. For a full share of well-balanced nourishment, make it a breakfast that includes Great Nuts Flakes. Because well-balanced nourishment is what you get in every helping of toasty brown Great Nuts Flakes and milk. You get proteins and minerals such as iron, calcium, and phosphorus. And you get 2 of the important B vitamins, niacin and vitamin B1 for good appetite, steady nerves, and energy. So for better health and better humor, you'd better say, I'll take a package of Grape Nuts Flakes.
That was the last number of the 10th program in the new Grape Nuts Flakes series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from New York. I'd like to salute the officers and men at the new Maritime Training Station, which is being dedicated at Catalina Island on December 15th. Good luck to you men. And good luck to you, Phil Harris, and all your boys.
Thanks, Jackson. We'll be seeing you.
Good night, folks.
The Jack Billy program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Malloy.
Hello again, and welcome to the final episode of the Phil Harris and Alice Faye Show for the 1951-1952 season. It's been a fantastic season. We've enjoyed bringing you all these episodes. I hope you've enjoyed the episodes as well. We still have a great season to bring us next year. There'll be some changes. Remley's character will be gone, but Elliot Lewis will stay on the show and play the same character virtually with just a different name. It'll be called Elliot. And don't wonder where he got that. Anyway, but we'll explain why that all happens next season when we get there. And this episode features Mr. Scott, of course, played by Gail Gordon. And we may be saying goodbye to Gail Gordon, too. I haven't checked out exactly if he leaves between these two seasons, but I know he leaves soon. He gets a job in television on the R.M.S. Brooks series for television. And in doing that, his contract states that he can no longer be on all these different radio shows that he's on. They want an exclusive contract with him. And so a lot of different shows have to say goodbye to the blustery Gail Gordon character that we've gotten used to. And that's really unfortunate that they decided to play it that way. But that's the way it went. So if this is Gail's last episode, I hope you enjoy it. And I really hope that I'm wrong and that he's back next season for one more season. That'd be wonderful. But anyway, enjoy and have a great summer. Please continue to tune in. Next week we'll have Jack's last show from 60 years ago. He ran one more week than Phil, apparently. And we will start bringing you a lot of summer adventure series starting up here very soon. So please keep tuning back in. We'll see you next time.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp at his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Today, Alice plans a party for Mr. Scott. However, the surprise she plans is nothing to the surprises caused by those helpful co-planners, Phil and Frankie. But first, a word about RCA Victor.
What's the picture you got there in your hand, Alice?
Oh, that? Why, that's the new RCA summer replacement.
Summer replacement? Well, what do you mean, Alice? That's a picture of the new RCA room air conditioner.
Why, of course, honey. That's the summer replacement.
Yeah?
Sure. The RCA room air conditioner is the summer replacement for hot, humid, sticky air. What an act. A hit from coast to coast.
Well, give me the routine, honey. Give me the routine.
Sure, Phil. The RCA room air conditioner is especially designed for room comfort. It filters the air, dehumidifies it, cools it, and circulates it gently and quietly. Why, it's as easy to tune out stale, humid summer air and tune in fresh, cool, comfortable air as tuning your radio from something stale.
We're losing listeners as it is.
Quiet, Rommel. You're right, Alice. The RCA room air conditioner is wonderful. And it's the only room air conditioner with coast-to-coast factory service available through the RCA Victor factory service contract.
And remember, just as sure as you live and breathe, you'll live better, breathe easier with an RCA room air conditioner. Read it about it in this week's Life magazine, huh?
And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Phil and Alice have been associated with RCA Victor for 2 years now. They've been renewed for next year, and in appreciation, they are throwing a big surprise party tonight for their sponsor, Mr. Scott.
So, RCA Victor signed you for radio for next year, eh, Philip?
That's right. And if I say so myself, William, I made a shrewd deal with them. What a contract we got. We're going to be on the air for 39 weeks. I got complete control over the program, and I get to do 2 songs every show.
How about the money? Any raise for next year?
Yeah. I got to pay them $100 a week more than this year.
Gee, I hope this surprise party for Mr. Scott will be a success.
Honey, it's got to be, because Scotty don't know a thing about it. You know something? He's really going to be surprised when he walks in the door tonight.
Especially when Phyllis and I greet him with our song.
A song? What song?
Uncle Frankie wrote a song for us to sing to Mr. Scott.
Uncle Frankie wrote it for you? That should be cute. How's it go, kids?
We'll sing it for you. Ready, Phyllis? A 1, a 2. 3 cheers for old Scotty. He's covered with dough. There's only one trouble. He won't let it go. But they need you, dear sponsor, both Harris and Faye. She's too old for pictures, and he is passé.
All right. Stop it. What kind of a song is that?
Yes, Frankie has a lot of nerve saying I'm too old for pictures. You don't think I am, do you, Phil?
Of course not. Why, honey, I can see you in a picture with Donald O'Connor.
Oh, you can?
Sure. You and Louis Stone are his mother and father. Donald comes home with his wife, who has just had a baby, and you
Forget
say...
it. You know, Frankie wasn't too kind to you either. He said you were passé.
That's ridiculous. I've never been in a cowboy picture in my life.
Phil, do you know what the word passé means?
Certainly. You think I'm stupid or something? That's when the bandit gets away and the sheriff organizes a passé to catch him. Sometimes the passé don't get into the gun.
All right, I've heard enough.
Let him talk, sis. He fascinates me.
Now, look, Phil, we have a lot of work to do before our guests arrive. Willie, I want you to set the table. And, Phil, you finish putting up the decorations. I have to put the stuffing in the turkey and sew it up.
No, you don't have to do that, honey. I did it for you.
You sewed up the turkey?
Yeah. All you have to do is clean up the mess in the bedroom. It splashed a little.
Why did you do it in the bedroom?
That's where the sewing machine is.
Phil, please, don't try to help me anymore. Just do what you've been trained for. Go out and order the liquor.
That has already been taken care of. Remley's bringing it over.
Oh? And when he gets here, how are we going to siphon it out of him?
Ain't going to drink it. He knows it's for an important occasion, and Frankie's not the kind of a guy that would... Come in! Oh, it's you, Frankie. We've just been talking about you.
Oh? And what was the gist of your conversation? Something nice, I hope.
I see you got the liquor.
No, I got the hiccups. Had them all morning.
Remley, did you bring the liquor?
Oh, I couldn't. It isn't ready.
What do you mean it isn't ready?
I got a slow still.
Blackie, you made it yourself?
Oh, yeah, and it's great. You haven't lived till you've tasted Remley Reserve. This is the smoothest drink you've ever had, and for the same price, I supply my own glasses with which to drink it.
We don't need your glasses. We have our own.
Lead line?
That's all we need, radioactive bourbon.
No, it's not radioactive. It's very tasty. I should know. I've been sampling it all morning.
I thought so. Ooh, look at them eyes. They look like a couple of taillights on a Greyhound bus. Oh, Remley, those eyes, they look awful.
You should see them from this side.
Remley, forget about the liquor in the eye. Look. Did you call Scotty like I told you and to get him over here for the surprise party?
Oh, yeah, and I thought of a great excuse to get him over so he wouldn't be suspicious.
Well, that's a good boy. You thought of a good gag, huh?
Yeah.
What'd you tell him?
I called him on Wednesday, and I told him you expected to be sick Sunday and you wanted to see him.
Oh, what a stupid excuse. Now he'll never be here for the party today.
Alice, he said he'd be here, and I guarantee... Today?
Yes, today. The party is tonight.
Alice, I bet you're going to hate me.
Why?
I told him to come over next Sunday.
Next Sunday?
Oh, no. The party is all set for tonight. The guests are invited, the food is prepared, everything's ready, and... Oh, Phil, you've got to do something about this. It's up to you to get Mr. Scott over here without letting him know it's a surprise party and without...
Don't get excited, honey. Don't get excited. I'll go in and phone him. And I'll get him over here some way or other. In the meantime, Remley, why don't you pacify Alice? Amuse her.
How can I amuse her?
Oh, anyway, just slash your wrists or cut your tongue. Jump out a window. Anything that'll give her a laugh, you know.
Oh, Alice, this is all my fault. I feel terrible. And there's only one thing that'll make me feel better. Music. Would you sing to me?
I don't want to sing to you.
Well, in that case, I'll put on a Dinah Shore record.
Wait a minute. I'll sing.
Oh.
What good is a gal without a guy? What good is the earth without the sky? What good are the flowers that sow without the sun to make them grow? What good is a gal without a guy? What good is a table set for two if nobody's sitting there with you? What good is a moonlit night if no one's there to hold you tight? What good is a gal without a guy?
Who wants to live alone and like it?
You need a man around to build up your morale.
To light a match, you've got to strike it. It's wrong to live by yourself. Come on, get off your shelf.
What good is a gal like you and me? I'm just like a hive without a bee.
Start wearing that baby stare and wearing that perfume in your hair. To come and get a twinkle in your eye. What good is a gal without a guy? A gal can be so lonesome without the man she wants. It never seems to work out. Her heart just taunts and taunts.
Who wants to be alone and lonesome? You need someone around who's gonna be a pal. It's tough to be all by your own.
When you're alive and you're young, a fling has gotta be flung. What good is a park without a bench? What good is the moor without the French? If nobody's missing you, a-wondering who is kissing you.
There's nothing to do but just sit back and sigh.
What good is a gal without a guy, a guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal without a guy? A guy, a guy? What good is a gal wit
was simply superb. You have the voice of an angel and a soul to match, and I hope you forgive me because I'm sorry.
I don't want to hear any more from you.
Don't interrupt while I'm apologizing.
Alice! Hey, Al. Oh, there you are. Look, I got bad news. I just talked to Mr. Scott on the phone, and he can't come over tonight.
But he's got to come over. The party's for him. Look, Phil, you go over to his house and bring him back here at 7 o'clock tonight.
All right. I'll get him. Come on, Remley. Let's go over to Scotty's house.
All right.
Clyde, don't you think you ought to stop at the Harris house and see what he wants?
I don't have time. You know I'm catching a train in an hour. Besides, there's something very fishy about those phone calls.
Yes, there is. First, Mr. Remley called Wednesday and said Mr. Harris expected to be sick next Sunday. Then Mr. Harris called and said there'd been a change in plans and he expects to be sick today. Doesn't make sense.
Does anything with those two screwballs?
I wonder why Mr. Harris is so anxious to get you over to his house.
He and Remley probably want to roll me. Now, just forget about Harris and help me pack. I've got to get that train. I'll answer, dear.
Hiya, Mr. Scott.
Harris, what are you doing here? I thought you were at home, sick.
That's not till 7 o'clock tonight. Hey, I came over to talk to you about something, Mr. Scott.
Yeah, we have something to tell you.
Oh, goody, Remley's here, too.
Scotty, you're glad I came over, aren't you?
Oh, yes. It's always good to see. Ooh, those eyes. They look like two ketchup-covered eggs.
Yeah, I wish I'd have thought of that. Can we come in, Mr. Scott?
Yes. Come on in, Harris, but keep Remley on his leash. I don't want him loose in the house.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Scott. I'll tie him to the umbrella stand.
Now, Harris, what is it you want? Please tell me quickly. I haven't much time.
Well, you see, I'd like for you to come over to the house tonight because, Alice bought an antique and I think you'd like to see it because I know you love antiques.
That reminds me, how's Mrs. Scott holding up these days?
Remley, I have no time for your lousy jokes. I'm leaving town in an hour. I'm going to New York on business.
Leaving town? But, Mr. Scott, you can't do that. I won't let you go to New York.
Why not?
Well, it's too dangerous this time of the year. It's right in the middle of the volcano season.
There's no volcano in New York.
Of course there is. You know, that big tall one. It's real high. What do they call it again, Remley?
The Eiffel Tower.
No, that's an India. I'm talking about the volcano in New York. What's the name of it, Remley?
Your volcano. You name it.
I can't think of it right now, but anyway, it's dangerous, and I don't want anything to happen to you, Mr. Scott.
Nothing is going to happen to me. Now, please leave so I can finish packing. My train leaves in an hour.
Your train? You mean you're going on one of them rickety old choo-choos that goes along them slippery tracks? Ooh, that's even more dangerous than my volcano.
What's dangerous about a train?
What's that? Remley, just tell him what happened to you the last time you took a train. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, this girl was sitting in the club car alone. I walked over and sat on her lap when suddenly I realized she was sitting on her husband's lap, so I...
Not that one! What's the matter with you? Tell him about your other train trip, the one where you got killed.
Curly, I don't think you believe that.
With you, I might. I don't know what you two maniacs are up to, but I have to go on the trip, and I have to leave for the station right now.
But, Mr. Scott...
Get out of my way while I get my hat and coat.
No, Mr. Scott, you can't leave.
Curly, let him go.
But he's getting ready to leave. He's in the closet getting his hat and coat.
I believe that's as far as he'll get.
What do you mean?
Well, supposing the wind were to slam the closet door shut on him like this, and then the wind turned the key in the lock like this, and then the wind got strong and broke the key off like this.
That's a nice little hurricane you got going.
If all those things were to happen, what do you think Mr. Scott would do?
He'd pound on the door and yell, "Let me out." Let me out! Called that shot nicely, didn't it? Remley, we can't keep our boss locked in the closet.
Just long enough for him to miss his train. Then we'll let him out and take him to the party.
Let me out of here. You fellas can't do this to me. I'm not Julius.
Now, just take it easy, Scotty. We'll let you out as soon as we find the key. You just relax.
Oh, Clyde, are you ready to leave, dear? It's getting late.
Oh, Remley, it's his wife. If she hears him banging, it's going to spoil everything.
Now, she won't hear him if you make more noise than he does.
What do you mean?
Start singing.
Yeah, that'll cover it up. I'll sing good and loud.
You don't have to make it good. Just loud, like...
Potato chips. Potato chips.
Potato chips. Potato chips. Potato chips. Smack my lips when I eat potato chips. Yes, 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 indeed. Potato chips. Potato chips. Potato, how I love the crunch when I munch a crispy bunch. It's all the lunch I need.
P-O-T-A-T-O chips.
Me-o, my-o, me-o. P-O-T-A-T-O. Even love to spell it, run to where they sell it. Gotta have a snack of, got to get a sack of potato chips. Potato chips. Potato chips. Smack my lips when I eat potato chips. Yes, 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 indeed. Potato chips. That's all I need. Mother sent me to the store, and what do you think she sent me for? Okra, lentils, nutmeg, split peas, pizzas, noodles, tamales, Swiss cheese, and a great big pumpernickel bread. What do you think that I brought home instead? Potato love that crunch. Potato chips. Love too much. Potato chips. Smack my lips when I eat potato chips. Yes, 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 indeed. Potato chips. So delicious. Potato chips. Better than delicious. Potato, how I love the crunch when I munch a crispy bunch. It's all the lunch I need. Potato chips. Me, oh, my, oh, me, oh. P-O-T-A-T-O. Even love to spell it, run to where they sell it. I got to have a sack of, just got to get a snack of potato chips. Potato chips. Potato chips. Smack my lips when I eat potato chips. Yes, 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 indeed. Potato chips. That's all I need. P-O-T-A, potato chips. P-O-T-A, smack my lips. Love to munch 'em, love to crunch 'em. P-O-T-A-T-O, potato chips.
Fine thing. I'm in here dying and you're out there singing.
Oh, Mr. Scott, now please relax. Hey, Remley, maybe we better let him out.
No, not yet. He could still catch his train. Keep him in there another 15 minutes. Hey, Scotty. How you doing in there? Still alive, kid?
Just barely. Hurry up and get me out of here. I'm getting asphyxiated.
Well, don't worry. We'll have you out in a fix. Gosh, he doesn't look like the kind of a guy who'd touch this stuff. A sneaker, huh? Probably got him a short bottle stashed away in a long slipper in there. Hey, that's a good gimmick. I got to remember that one.
Curly, he means he ain't getting any air.
Oh.
We got to get some into him.
How are you going to do that?
I'll get down and blow some in through the keyhole.
Yeah, it's a good idea, Remley. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just relax, Mr. Scott. We're sending some more air in. Frankie's blowing it in through the keyhole. Can you feel it?
Yes, I can feel it coming in now. I'm Benny. It feels very...
And that cutie caught my hiccups.
Never mind that. Look, just keep on blowing. That's it.
Anybody home? I'm threatening to Well, that's a new way to fumigate a closet.
All right, Julius.
Oh, them poor moths. What a horrible way to die.
You ain't doing nothing to no moths.
Then why are they trying to break the door down to get out?
Look, kid, there ain't no moths in here, and we're not fumigating. Keep blowing, Frankie. Keep blowing. Mr. Remley's just breathing in the keyhole.
So I see. Ooh, look at that lock melt. This guy's got a breath like an acetylene torch.
Look, kid, this is none of your business, so beat it, will you? Get lost.
I ain't leaving till I find out what's going on.
If you must know, I locked my sponsor in the closet.
I heard your program last Sunday, and it's a smart move, man.
Look, Julius, this isn't your house. You don't belong here, so why don't you get out of here?
Why don't you get out of here?
I wish I could get out of here.
I'll be darned. They have got Mr. Scott locked in a closet. What's the matter with you guys? Ain't you got no heart? That poor man in there, he might suffocate, and that's a horrible death. You guys ain't human.
Thank you, Julius. You're a good boy. Now let me out.
How much is it worth to you?
Curly, we could learn a lesson from this kid. We're just stinkers for nothing. He gets paid for it.
All right. For the last time, please open this closet door. I can't breathe.
Well, Curly, I guess we can let him out now. His train leaves in 15 minutes, and without a car, he can't make it.
What are you talking about? He's got a car.
Yeah, but it won't take him anyplace. While you were singing, I put sugar in his gas tank.
That's kind of a cute touch.
Yeah.
He's got a convertible with diabetes.
Now, you're right. Let's let him out. Oh, I'll have to pick the lock, though. Let me one of your bobby pins, Curly. Thank you.
Oh, I'm out. Fresh air at last. Fresh air. No. Remley passed out.
Yeah. I guess he don't know how to breathe fresh air. Well, we better bring him to.
Remley, we ain't got time for that. We promised Alice we'd have him at the house at 7 o'clock, and it's 5 minutes to now. Look, we'll have to take him... we got to take... Julius, can we cart him over to my house in your delivery truck?
Well, it's full of fruit and vegetables, but I'll make room for it.
Okay, let's go.
Now, quiet, everybody. Quiet. I just heard a car pull up in the driveway. That must be Phil and Frankie with Mr. Scott. Everybody get ready to yell surprise as soon as the door opens.
He's covered with dough.
All right. Quiet, everybody. Quiet. Will you stop with the song already? Oh, Mr. Scott can't hear you. He's out as cold as a flounder.
But what happened to him? Phil, are you sure this is Mr. Scott? It doesn't look like him.
Well, it will in a minute. Wait till I brush this parsley off his face. Till I get these soup greens out of his ears.
Hey, leave the apple in his mouth. That looks cute.
All right.
Oh, then you've got to bring him, too. He's the guest of honor.
How can I bring him, too?
Here, slap him in the puss with these wet celery stalks.
Julia! You don't do that to a sponsor. These days. Besides, he's coming to now. Look at him. He'll be all right. What happened? Well, you got locked in your closet and you couldn't breathe, Mr. Scott, but you're not mad at us, are you? Harris, I just want to say one thing. This never would have happened if that closet had been equipped with an RCA room air conditioner. Now, there's the sponsor for you. He comes to just so he can do a commercial. All right?
Your RCA Victor television set is a sensitive, fine instrument designed to give you long hours of superb television entertainment. So give that fine RCA Victor instrument the best possible care by getting an RCA Victor factory service contract. You'll be getting the best in television service. Skilled installation of your RCA Victor television set and antenna and replacement or adjustment of parts should they be needed within a year's normal use. Remember, only RCA Victor television owners can have the advantages of RCA factory service. So if you already own an RCA Victor set, or if you're planning to buy one, get an RCA Victor factory service contract. And while you're getting set for summer, see your dealer about a brand new RCA room air conditioner. This fine home instrument is also backed up by an RCA Victor service contract.
Folks, this is Phil again. Alice and I want to give a warm send-off to Meredith Wilson and his music room, who will replace our program for the summer beginning next Sunday at the same time, same stations for RCA Victor. You know, I've known Meredith Wilson a long, long time. We've been very dear friends since San Francisco, and a short time ago I appeared on his program, The Music Room. He's not only a swell guy, but he has a swell program. So please, for me, do listen to Meredith this summer. Now comes another important thing that we all should really do. I would love personally to give Bob Hope and Jack Webb a big hug and a kiss, and also their stars and the entire staff who made such a great and generous effort for the Cerebral Palsy Fund. All day and all night, Bob and his gang were on television out here in the fight against cerebral palsy. And thanks to them and the generosity of the public, they have raised over $300,000 for those poor, unfortunate children. You know, for us out here, that isn't unusual because Bob Hope has always gone out of the way to help other people. And for Bob Hope and Jack Webb, I want to tell you something. We watched you last night, and it was really thrilling, and I know you're going to make a lot of people happy. Thanks, everyone, for listening to us this fall, and be sure and tune in and give us another listen next year. Until the end of the summer, good night, and thanks, everyone.
Thanks for listening, and have a wonderful summer.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air presents The Bishop Misbehaves on NBC.
Gentlemen, the Columbia Broadcasting System invites you to sit back, relax, and listen to Eddie Anderson in The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones. Rochester, you look sad. What's the trouble?
I've got a problem. It looks like I'm going to lose my girl, Susie. She's been having dates with another fella.
He's making pretty good time with her, huh?
Time and a half. And double time on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays.
Yes, it's The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones. The amusing adventures of the happy-go-lucky fellow who works for that famous man in Beverly Hills, and brought to you by the Columbia Broadcasting System. This afternoon, we find Rochester just going up the steps of his girl's house.
Kiss me once and kiss me twice and kiss me once again. It's been a long, long...
Oh, Franklin, darling, I was just waiting for you.
Franklin? Look again, honey.
Oh, it's you.
Can I come in?
Uh-huh.
Cheer up, honey. The captain of your love boat is here to set sail on a voyage of love and adventure.
Rochester, why did you open that closet door?
I'm looking for a stowaway. Well, we might as well lay our cards on the table. It seems like I'm losing ground to this Franklin fella.
Well, Franklin takes me places and shows me a good time. Yesterday he took me on a picnic, and today he's taking me driving.
Well, you've had some pretty good times with me, too, Susie. Last week I took you to a movie, didn't I?
Rochester, taking me down to the corner radio store and letting me look through the window at a television isn't exactly taking me to a movie.
Well, what about that bag of popcorn?
I bought that.
Oh, yes. Well, I can't afford too many luxuries.
A movie isn't a luxury. If you'd work out a budget, you'd be able to afford a movie once in a while.
Honey, I can't even afford a budget. Besides, you used to like to stay home and sit on the couch with me. What's happened, Susie?
Well, I'm tired of a man who keeps one arm around me and the other under cushions looking for loose change. Why aren't you like Franklin? Oh, look, Franklin bought me this 5-pound box of chocolates.
Wait a minute. I just noticed that picture on the mantelpiece. So
yes, that's Franklin Monroe. Isn't he handsome? That picture was taken 5 years ago.
He was in uniform then, huh?
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3, 4 ribbons on his chest.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 stripes on his sleeve.
Uh-huh.
Where was he stationed?
In the balcony of the Orpheum.
Oh, yeah. That's a flashlight in his holster. Well, I guess it ain't up to me to say anything about him, but he sure has shifty eyes.
Shifty eyes?
And look at the way his ears droop. I read someplace that that's the mark of a criminal.
Rochester.
Honey, I'm sorry I said anything. It just slipped out. I hate a man who's always running other people down, even when they deserve it. I think Franklin's a great guy, and I know you'll be loyal to him whether he goes to jail or not.
Rochester, I want you to stop talking that way. Oh, that must be Franklin.
Hooray.
Oh, hello, Franklin. Come in.
Hello, baby.
This is Rochester.
Rochester? This can't be the same Rochester you told me about the first time I took you up to Mulholland Drive and tried to kiss you. You said he was 6 feet tall and weighed 200 pounds.
Well, I didn't know you very well then.
Well, glad to meet you, old man.
Hello.
Oh, Franklin, you've got on a new suit.
Yeah, how you like it?
Oh, you look so handsome in it.
This is just a plain gabardine, but I'm going to get another suit with stripes.
That's just what I was telling Susan.
What?
Oh, nothing.
You ought to try my tailor, Rochester. He can run up a beautiful suit for $125. Of course, if you want something like this, why, it's a little more.
No, I like the material in the suit I'm wearing. It wears like iron.
Yeah, notice it's rusted through at the elbows. Susie, honey, you're looking more beautiful than ever.
Oh, Franklin.
You sure are the most glamorous creature in the world.
Well, it's nice of you to say that, but I know you're just flattering me.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are. I'm not that pretty. Am I, Rochester?
Of course not.
Rochester!
I'm just trying to be agreeable.
Well, Susie, you ready to go?
Yeah, as soon as I get my coat on. What car do you have today?
Now, my boss let me take the Cadillac. The 2 big cars are being lubricated.
He sure is nice to you, Franklin. And you get a big salary, too.
You drive his Cadillac and get a salary, too?
Well, of course.
How long has this been going on?
He appreciates having a man of intelligence around him. And I appreciate working for the most important and one of the most generous men in Beverly Hills. What about your boss?
He's important.
Well, say, tell me, did he let you have his car today?
Oh, he would have, but I was in a hurry, so I walked. But he's a wonderful guy.
Yeah? Is he generous?
He's got a great sense of humor. And very democratic. Whenever the car breaks down, he always gets out and helps me push.
Any boss would do that once in a while.
We do it all the time.
I'm ready, Franklin.
My arm, Susie. Coming, Rochester?
Okay.
Can I drop you anywhere, Rochester?
No, thanks.
Get right in, honey. Well, goodbye, Rochester. Nice seeing you, old man.
Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Devilgrass.
I'm going to have to ask you to move a little. I'm going to turn on the sprinklers.
Turn 'em on, turn 'em on. What if I do get wet and catch pneumonia and die? Who cares?
Well, Rochester, you look like a man who won a television set and then found out he was allergic to horses.
Worse than that. Susie's brushing me off for another guy.
What's the matter with that girl? How could she turn down a man like you for somebody else?
That's a question I've been avoiding all afternoon.
Now, I can see why a girl turns me down. I'm just a gardener, and I'm the biggest nobody around here. But, man, you got everything.
I have?
Yeah, and for one thing, you're a real sharp dresser, and you know clothes. Why, when you put a suit on, it looks like you're the first one that ever wore it.
Thanks.
Why, you shouldn't have to worry about competition. You got brains, and you're smart as a whip.
That's right.
You're handsome, a good conversationalist, and you got a nice build on you, and you know lots of important people, and you're right in the middle of the social world.
Yeah.
Now, what's your problem with Susie?
I'm too good for her. I mean, I wish I were all those things, but I'm not. I've come to the reluctant conclusion that happiness is just a thing called money. If I could pick up a little extra change, I'd be setting pretty.
Well, don't you make enough now?
It wouldn't be ethical for me to tell you what the boss pays me. But if I quit, my unemployment compensation would be a luxury.
Well, if you're looking for a part-time job, my cousin was telling me that there's always an opening for a collector at the Friendly Finance Company.
Collector for the finance company, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. I think I'll go over and see if they can use me.
I sure wish you luck, Rochester. But do you know anything about finance companies?
Do I? When I was a kid, my mother bought a piano that was financed, and whenever we missed a payment, they took it back.
Did you miss many payments?
I did more practicing in the moving van than at home.
Friendly Finance Company. One moment, please. It's for you, Mr. Finch. It's Mr. Emerson.
Thank you, Miss Kendall. Hello? Emerson? I sent you out to make a $3 collection, and I don't hear from you for 4 days. Where have you been? General Hospital? He threw you down 3 flights of stairs. Broke your jaw, smashed your nose, and cracked your ribs. Oh, that's horrible. You tell me, boy, did you get the $3? Well, just relax and get well. Remember, the Friendly Finance Company stands behind its employees. And don't worry about Dr. Bills. We'll give you a loan.
What happened to Emerson, Mr. Finch?
Now, one of our accounts beat him up, and he's in the hospital just when I need him the most. That's gratitude for you.
That's terrible.
Yeah, everything happens to me.
Mr. Finch, there's a man in the outer office who'd like to get on as a temporary collector.
A temporary collector? Miss Kendall, in this firm, that's the only kind of collector we have. Show him in.
Yes, Mr. Finch. And Mr. Finch will see you now, Mr. Van Jones.
Thank you.
Come right in, come right in. Sit down and make yourself comfortable, Mr. Van Jones.
Thank you. Nice little office you have here.
Yes, we like it. Miss Kendall tells me you'd like to pick up a little extra cash working for us in your spare time.
Yes, sir.
Well, it just happens we need a part-time collector.
Good. I need to make a little extra cash to keep in good standing with my girl.
I understand. Now, I'll explain a few things while you fill out the application card. Your full name, address, and so on.
Yes, sir.
As you probably know, we loan money on cars and household items, and when the payments aren't met, the collector either gets the money or the item we loaned it on. Now, you get a commission on each account you collect.
Say, I've filled out everything else, but what's this for?
Where?
Right here, where it says next to kin.
Just a technicality. Put down your closest living relative. And also put your signature on this.
What is it?
A life insurance policy I take out on all our collectors. Every once in a while, I strike it rich. Sign right here.
Rochester Van Jones.
Now, here's another one.
Let's see. I, the undersigned, do hereby release the Friendly Finance Company from any responsibility of any kind.
There's no need to read that. I trust you.
Even the small print has small print. Well, I might as well sign it. Here you are.
Thank you. You're now officially a collector for the Friendly Finance Company. Let me congratulate you on winning this position and allow me to offer you every good wish for your future success.
Thank you. Now, if there are any collections you want me to make...
Collector, I gotta see him right away.
Wait, you can't go in there.
Who's the collector of this finance company?
You're looking at him right now. What can I do for you?
Just hold that pose. That'll teach you to take my mother's lawnmower away.
Are you all right? Shall I get you some water?
Where am I?
You're at the Friendly Finance Company, located at 5th and Vine in the heart of the Low Red District.
I'm lying on the floor and he's advertising.
Here, I'll help you up. Miss Kendall, give me a hand.
Of course.
Oh, I can't feel my nose.
Move your hand to the left a little.
You poor thing. That man had absolutely no right to hit you.
We've got the law on our side, you know.
We have?
He won't get away with it either. We'll sue him for every cent he's got.
Good.
And you can collect it.
Oh, no.
Well, it's a little later, and Rochester is telling his gardener friend Devilgrass Simpson about the Friendly Finance Company.
Say, Rochester, how you making out with your job at the Friendly Finance Company?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It's interesting work. They told me the first thing I have to do when making a collection is put my foot in the door.
Well, that's good advice.
It didn't work out so good for me. The man I was trying to collect from was sitting in the car, and before I could get my foot back out, he dragged me for 3 blocks.
Listen in tomorrow to The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones, starring Eddie Anderson, brought to you at the same time every night by the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Private Life of Rochester Van Jones is written by John L. Green. This production is supervised by Sam Perrin. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Franco-American cannot beat. Franco-American just can't beat. Franco-American, 9 out of 10 will agree.
Yes, Franco-American, the spaghetti 9 out of 10 prefer, brings you The Rochester Show, starring Eddie Anderson.
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester. I hate to ask you, but I'm behind on my apartment rent. Yes, I know what Shakespeare said about money. He who steals my purse steals trash. Well, you owe me 6 weeks back trash.
Do you know how easy it is to make a meal of leftovers look and taste extra special? Simply add a side dish of Franco-American spaghetti. It's ready in 5 minutes and so delicious that 9 out of 10 who try it prefer Franco-American to any other ready-to-serve spaghetti. Only the finest spaghetti goes into Franco-American. Then it's cooked in a sauce that contains 11 choice ingredients. Do you wonder thousands of families serve Franco-American spaghetti exclusively instead of the home-cooked kind? Try it yourself. Franco-American, the spaghetti preferred by 9 out of 10 who taste it. And now we go to the Jefferson Boulevard apartment of Rochester Van Jones. It's his day off from duties at the Jack Benny household, so we find him in a cheerful mood as he stands before the mirror shaving. His rich baritone rings out.
My heart knows what the wild goose knows. My heart goes where the wild goose goes. Mother goose, brother. Uh-oh. I cut my chin again. Every day I cut my chin in the same place. Oh, well, that's the way Cary Grant got his start. Come in.
Here's your suit from the dry cleaners, Rochester.
Wait a minute, Fred. You're supposed to have two of my suits. One's missing.
I know. Mr. Benny came and got it.
Mr. Doggone it, if he keeps picking up his own suits, I won't have a thing to wear.
Say, Rochester, I think your landlady, Mrs. Calloway, is on her way up here again for a rent.
Why doesn't she leave me alone? Whatever Mr. Benny gives me, I turn over to her. All I am is a middleman in the local Marshall Plan.
Well, Rochester, you know it ain't only the money. Mrs. Calloway is sweet on you.
Mrs. Calloway weighs 200 pounds. She ought to lay off sweets.
Well, what's the matter with having a 200-pound girlfriend?
I like small packages. I don't buy bulk.
Well, it can't be thankful she likes you, or you'd been kicked out of your apartment long ago.
All right, Chester!
Uh-oh, there's Miss Calloway now. See that look on her face? Oh, that's love.
It is? Well, don't let it get around. It might make the whole thing unpopular.
See?
I'm glad I found you in.
Now, Mrs. Calloway, Jenny, you don't want to spoil a beautiful day for both of us.
I don't want any of your soft soap, Rochester. I want hard cash.
Jenny, and may I call you Mrs. Calloway? I will pay every penny. I'm expecting some money from the government.
Money from the government?
Yeah, Social Security when I'm 65.
Rochester, I'm tired of this stalling. I'm going to evict you.
Mrs. Calloway, and may I call you Jenny? You wouldn't do that. Think of it. Evicted. Picture me out on that sidewalk surrounded by my furniture.
You haven't got no furniture.
You've got me out on the sidewalk. At least let me be comfortable.
And another thing, I get sick and tired of taking messages from your low-brow girlfriend.
They're not lowbrow. You ought to see my new girlfriend in a bathing suit. There ain't a single tattooing on her that isn't from the old masters.
Rochester, haven't you ever thought of finding the right woman and settling down and getting married?
No, Jenny, I don't think I'm quite ready for combat duty.
Don't you believe that stuff? Why, the late Mr. Calloway and me never had a single fight in our whole married life.
You didn't? What's the secret? How did you and Mr. Calloway have such a peaceful marriage?
I outweighed him by 40 pounds, and he was a coward.
Well, Jenny, I've got to finish dressing, and don't worry about the rent. I've got an appointment with Willie Johnson at the cigar store. Said he's got a big deal cooking.
That Willie Johnson is a no-good loafer, and he'll only get you into trouble.
You're wrong, Jenny. Willie's smart. He's got parts of his head he hasn't even used yet.
Yeah, and that goes for his whole head. He's just a fast-talking promoter.
Jenny? Why, Willie's full of good ideas. He would have thought of the H-bomb, but he just couldn't think of the letter. I'll see you later.
Package of cigarettes? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Come in again. Uh-oh. Here come that no-good Willie Johnson. He's always mooching. I better get rid of this change.
Oh, man, what sweet music. That's the sweetest music this side of heaven.
What are you staring at, Willie Johnson?
The cash register, boy, the cash register.
Well, it ain't going to do you no good. This is a cigar store, not a piggy bank. Willie, why don't you get yourself a job?
You mean work?
Yeah, I mean work.
You mean get up early in the morning and get home late at night?
Yeah, I mean get up early in the morning and get home late at night.
You mean physical, manual labor?
Yeah, I mean physical, manual labor.
You just talked me out of it.
Willie Johnson, you the laziest man I know. I watched you once, and you wouldn't even brush a fly off your nose. You just sat there hoping he'd hear a mating call.
Well, don't you worry your little head about Willie Johnson. I got a big deal cooking right now.
Good Lord, don't tell me you're going to sell the Golden Gate Bridge again.
No, don't be silly. I lost the lease. Ramsey, if this idea of mine goes through, I'll be rich. Now, all I got to do is to get Rochester to work with me on this deal.
Rochester? What's he got to do with this?
Everything. He's got connections. He works for Mr. Benny.
Working for Mr. Benny ain't a connection. That's a short circuit. well, well, if it ain't Mr. Rochester Van Jones.
Hello, Ramsey. Hello, Willie.
Friend Rochester, it certainly relaxes my eyeballs to catch sight of my very bestest ally in this whole world. It does my poor heart good to gaze at a man so bright, handsome, charming, healthy, and wealthy.
Uh-oh. I got a feeling this is going to cost me. Willie, as Julius Caesar said, Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, and I'm going to get out of here fast.
Yeah, and if one of you don't buy something worthwhile in a minute, both of you going to get out of here fast.
Well, all right, Ramsey. I'll take 15 of the usual cigars.
Why, Mr. Van Jones, I thank you. Here are your 15 cigars.
You're welcome, and here's your dime.
Thank you, and here's your nickel change.
Now, Willie, I'm a pretty busy boy. What's on your mind?
Well, Rochester, I got a scheme that's going to make us both rich.
I hear you, friend Willie.
Your pockets is going to bulge with that green stuff.
I hear you, friend Willie.
You's going to be up there in the high bracket.
I hear you, friend Willie.
Now, all you got to do is to ask a small favor of Jack Benny.
Uh-oh, I just went deep in both ears.
But, friend Rochester, this scheme is surefire.
Willie, I hereby tender my resignation from your corporation.
Oh, Rochester, I ain't formed a corporation yet.
That's all right, Willie. My resignation will keep tender until you do.
Rochester, have you ever known any of my ideas to fail?
All of your ideas fail.
Now, there you are. I'm backing 1,000%.
Okay. I'll listen to your scheme, Willie, but only with one ear. The other one's for backing out.
Rochester, I found us the most beautiful, gorgeous girl by the name of Clooney Watson who should be in pictures.
How beautiful?
Well, friend Rochester, just take the eyes of Lena Horne, the nose of Eddie Lamar, the legs of Betty Grable, and the chassis of Jane Russell. Now, you take all them things and put them together, and what you got?
Good.
Rochester, you and I is going to be Clooney's agents, and whatever she makes, we is going to split 50-50.
But that ain't right, Willie. If you take 50% and I take 50%, how will Clooney eat?
She lives with her mother.
Willie, it ain't right for us to divide that girl's money up 50-50. I'm going to give Clooney 40%, and I'm just going to take 10%.
Yeah, and to show you I'm the right sort of a guy, Rochester, I'm going to let you. Now, all you have to do is to persuade Jack Benny to do you a favor and get Clooney Watson an interview at the movie studios.
I don't know, Willie. Mr. Benny and I have a unique type of relationship. At no time do we ever discuss favors, politics, or the horn blows at midnight. I'm afraid I can't help you.
Oh, hello there, Willie.
Well, if this ain't a prearranged coincidence. Now, as we talk, who should walk in but the lovely Miss Clooney Watson? Now, last year, Miss Watson was voted by the boys down at the YMCA as the girl for whom they'd like most to fall out of a window whistling at. Clooney, say hello to friend Rochester.
Hello, friend Rochester. I said hello.
Hey, Rochester, don't just stand there with your mouth open. Say something.
Close my mouth so I can open it again.
Tell me, Rochester, what do you do?
Name it.
Clooney, you'd have to help me convince Rochester to get you into pictures.
I have no idea how to convince him. Rochester, I just know you'll do everything you can to help me because you're so sweet, you're charming, you're an angel.
Keep going. If you run out of words, I'll help.
Rochester, if I get into pictures, I'll be so grateful. Do you think you can?
I don't know, but it's sure going to be a lot of fun trying.
Hey, Rochester, that Clooney is quite attractive, isn't she?
Yes, sir. Wow, and other expressions of glee.
Oh, you're kind of fallen, huh?
Mr. Stevenson, the last time I saw a dish as tasty as that, it was a plate of Franco-American spaghetti.
Ah, now you're talking my language. Franco-American spaghetti. It's so delicious that 9 out of 10 who taste it prefer Franco-American to any other ready-to-serve spaghetti. And thousands who once served nothing but the home-cooked kind now serve Franco-American spaghetti exclusively. And you know why? No home-cooked spaghetti tastes quite like Franco-American. You see, Franco-American starts with the best spaghetti money can buy. Then it's cooked with a sauce made of 11 different ingredients, including generous helpings of the finest aged sharp cheddar cheese and luscious red sun-ripened tomatoes. Even if you knew the secret recipe and could get all of the best ingredients, you still couldn't prepare a spaghetti of comparable quality at anywhere near the price. Yes, Franco-American costs less to serve than the home-cooked kind. Stock up tomorrow. Ask for a half dozen cans of Franco-American, the spaghetti preferred by 9 out of 10 who taste it.
Rochester, do you really think you can get a girl into pictures?
Yes, Jimmy, I think I can.
Well, then, do you think you can get me into pictures?
Yes, Jimmy, but with you it'll have to be a double feature.
Listen in tomorrow to The Rochester Show, starring Eddie Anderson, brought to you the same time every night, Tuesday through Saturday, by Franco-American Spaghetti. The Rochester Show is directed by Tony Stanford and written by Charlie Isaacs, Hal Goodman, and Ben Starr. This is Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new Dennis Day program with Sharon Douglas, Verna Felton, Dink Trout, John Brown, Joe Kearns, Lee Benadaris, Jerry Hausner, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and starring the popular young singer of the Jack Benny Show in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. And now here's Dennis singing Take Care.
Take care when you say take care. Your lips may impart sweeter things than your heart means to say. Take care when you say take care. Don't whisper tonight words that fade in the light of the day. Who knows if the spell we're under will still be as strong when the moon is no longer there. A heart that's swayed in a moment such as this may be betrayed by the madness of a kiss. When you say take care, oh, take care. Of a kiss, when you say take care, oh, take
Yes, that was the beautiful voice of Dennis Day. But exactly what sort of person is our hero? Well, suppose we ask some of the folks of Weaverville, where Dennis lives and works. They know him best. For example, there's his boss, Mr. Willoughby, who owns the drugstore where Dennis jerks sodas. Mr. Willoughby, how do you feel about Dennis?
Dennis Day? Well, when I first met Dennis and hired him to work behind my fountain, I wasn't sure whether he was a soda jerk or not. But I knew he was some kind.
Yeah. Now, how about a few words from Mildred, Dennis's girlfriend?
I think Dennis is a perfect love. It's just that no one understands him. People in this town judge other people by how much money they have or how many brains. Either way, it's very unfair to Dennis.
All right, suppose we hear from Mildred's mother now, Mrs. Anderson, who runs the boarding house in which Dennis lives.
Dennis Day will never amount to anything. He has no ambition, no gumption, and very little sense. My daughter thinks she's in love with him, but it's only because he reminds her of her father.
Well, Mr. Anderson, what do you say to that?
Any opinions expressed by me on any subject whatsoever are necessarily those of my wife.
Well, how about a fellow boarder at the Anderson Menage? Mr. Snedeker, how do you feel about Dennis Day?
Don't mention Dennis Day's name to me. I ought to tear him limb from limb. Wants to borrow my car, he says, so he can drive his girlfriend Mildred over to pick up her costume for the masquerade party tonight. Why did I give it to him? Because I'm a big, fat, good-natured slob, that's why. And what happened? What happens to my car? I'll tell you what happened.
Oh, Dennis! Did you see that? That parked car ran right into me. Golly, it's going to cost me $25 for Mr. Snedeker's fender, Mildred. Where am I going to get $25?
Well, haven't you saved any money out of your salary at the drugstore?
I've only had the job 2 days. Anyhow, with taxes what they are, I couldn't possibly save more than $6 a week.
Well, how much is your salary?
$6 a week.
Well, we've just got to think of something. If Mr. Snedeker tells Mama, she's liable to throw you out of her boarding house. And I don't know where you'd get another room with this housing shortage.
Gee, I'd hate to lose that comfortable room I share with Mr. Appling, Mr. Moore, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Greenberg, Mr. Erickson, Mr. Kerrigan, Mr. Calfleisch, and the Cooper brothers. Especially this week when it's my turn to sleep in the bed.
Well, we just got to raise the money somehow. Mr. Snedeker said if he didn't get his $25, he'd murder you.
Oh, yeah? I'd just like to see him try it, that's all.
What would you do?
What could I do? I'd be dead. But the police would do plenty.
Dennis, if you don't mind, I'd rather he got his money. Oh, if I could only win the prize at the masquerade tonight.
Huh?
You know, the silver cup for the most outstanding costume. Oh, we could get $25 for it easily.
Well, gosh, maybe you will win, Mildred.
Oh, I haven't a chance. Mama picked out a perfect stinker of a costume for me. Betsy Ross. Now I ask you, Betsy Ross.
That does stink a little. Gee, I just finished a book about a girl who'd make a wonderful character at a masquerade. A somewhat different type from Betsy Ross, of course.
Oh, what book was that?
It was called Forever Amber.
Forever Amber?
Yes, it's a very absorbing book. It took me months and months to get through it, but I finally finished it.
Well, why did it take you so long?
I kept going back over it to see if I'd read right. Very educational reading. You know, Mildred, it's very educational reading for a young fellow like myself, though. Believe me, I learned plenty about the London fire.
Golly, you know, I'll bet Amber would win that cup in a walk. Dennis, I'll do it.
You mean you'll go to the masquerade as Amber?
Exactly.
Gee, you're liable to catch an awful cold.
Don't be silly. Now, what can I do with that costume? Cut out the sleeves, lower the neckline, make it slinky and tight-fitting.
I don't think Betsy Ross would like this.
Oh, gee, Dennis, I'm sure it can be done. Look, I'll go right to work on the costume. Oh, but there's some other things I'll need, and you'll have to get them for me.
Okay.
Now, let's see. I'll need a tiara for my hair, earrings, a pair of black lace step-ins, some exotic perfume.
Ooh, what you said.
Exotic perfume?
No, the one before that.
Now, look, you can get everything in the same place. There's a little shop on Elm Street called Yvette of Paris. Ask for Mademoiselle Yvette herself and tell her what you want.
You think she'll believe me?
Well, tell her that for me. She knows my size and everything. Remember, Mademoiselle Yvette. Now, hurry.
Hello.
Hello.
Could I see Mademoiselle Yvette of Paris, please?
You're talking to the Mademoiselle in person already.
You're Mademoiselle Yvette?
But oui. Something I could do for the monsieur yet.
Gee, you have the most peculiar accent. What part of France are you from?
France, he says. Mademoiselle Yvette is just her name on the door.
Then you're not really from Paris?
Listen, the last time I saw Paris, it was holding up my husband's socks. Now, is there something I could do for you?
Well, yes, there is. Mildred Anderson asked me to get some things for her. A tiara for her hair, a pair of earrings, some exotic perfume.
Yeah?
And a pair of black lace. Black lace?
What's the matter, you bashful?
Yeah.
You mean a pair of these?
Oh, put him down! Put him down!
So what's the matter? Why are you getting excited? There's nobody in them.
I know, but I got a vivid imagination. Anyway, she doesn't want that kind. She wants black lace.
Black lace, huh? Is black lace becoming already in Weaverville de rigueur?
De rigueur?
It's a little thing I picked up from Charles Boyer. It means stylish.
Oh, I see. You pick up little things from Charles Boyer, huh?
All the time. It should happen to my husband. Okay, anything else?
No, that's all.
All right, I'll wrap everything up together. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Gee, these pink ones are kind of cute. I wonder if... No. Still, they might. I'll ask Mademoiselle Yvette. No, it's ridiculous. I'm sure they don't make them for men.
That'll be $11.50.
$11 and... Oh, my goodness. I'm afraid you'll have to charge it.
Charge it? Who to?
Why, to Mrs. Anderson, Mildred's mother. She's a customer of yours, isn't she?
Yeah. I guess it'll be all right. Here.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I wonder. Hello, Mrs. Anderson. This is Yvette of Paris. Look, Yvette of Paris. Yvette of... Rena Feinschreiber, who makes for you the corsets. Look, a young man was just here who bought for your daughter some very fancy schmancy underwear. And I was
I saw you standing in the sun, and you were something to see. I know what I like, and I like what I saw, and I said to myself... Hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Good evening, Dennis. It may interest you to know that I just had a phone call from Mademoiselle Yvette.
Oh, really?
I have also had a little talk with my daughter Mildred.
Oh, really?
I found out she intended going to tonight's masquerade dressed as a certain brazen hussy.
Oh, really?
She is not going to the masquerade at all. I've locked her in her room.
Oh.
Dennis, if you say, oh, really again, I shall scream.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, really?
I also found out that the idea of going as this Amber came from you.
Oh, no, ma'am. I just happened to mention the note...
Dennis, Mr. Anderson and I feel it's about time someone had a serious talk with you. Normally, of course, that's the duty of the head of the family.
Yes, ma'am.
But my husband has offered to do it instead.
Yes, ma'am.
I leave. And you two may talk this over, boy, well, whatever the two of you are, talk it over.
Good evening, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson. I didn't see you sitting there. I guess your wife had you blocked off.
Been that way for 22 years. My wife is pretty excited about Mildred wanting to go to the party as Amber, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Anderson never let me read Forever Amber. She said it was no book for a man with funny ideas in his head.
Oh, have you got funny ideas in your head?
No, but she said I would have if I read it.
That's silly. I read it, and I haven't got any idea of any kind in my head.
You know, this Amber, Dennis, what sort of a girl is she?
Oh, you know, companionable, good mixer, makes friends easily.
Yes, I understand she's quite friendly. Oh, well.
Yes, sir.
But we certainly don't want Mildred pretending she's such a character, even for a masquerade, do we, Dennis?
No, sir.
We want Mildred to grow up the kind of a woman that her mother is, don't we?
No, sir.
I think we want Mildred to grow up the kind of a woman her mother is, don't we?
No, sir.
You know... Oh, Dennis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Mrs. Anderson undoubtedly has many good qualities, but she does boss you around quite a bit.
Well, all women boss you around, Dennis. Some do it quietly and sweetly. Some, like my wife, do it loudly and firmly. But they all boss you around.
Golly, maybe the world would be better off if there weren't any women, just men and children.
What a beautiful thought. Well, I hope you've gotten something out of this little talk, Dennis.
Yes, sir, I have.
I know I have. I'm going to read that Forever Amber if it takes me the next 10 years. And if it's what I think it is, who cares?
Yes, sir. Well, I'll be getting back to Mademoiselle Yvette with this stuff. We won't need it now. Bye, Mr. Anderson.
Bye, Dennis.
Dennis.
Huh?
Dennis, over here.
Mildred.
Quick, climb through the window and don't let Mama see.
What?
Hurry and hand me that box. Here. Easy. You heard what Mama said about the party, huh?
Yeah, she won't let you go.
I know. She took one look at what I did to this Betsy Ross costume and nearly fainted.
Gosh, you did make it kind of daring. Well, I guess we'll never get that $25 now.
And why not? This cup is for the most outstanding costume, isn't it? Isn't this costume outstanding?
Yes, but there's no one to wear it.
Oh, yes, there is.
Well, what do you intend to... Oh, no. No, Mildred, don't look at me like that.
Oh, Dennis, don't be that way. You'll make a beautiful Amber.
But how can I be a girl? Girls are built differently than I am. I'm taller.
Well, notice that. I guarantee that in this dress and wig, no one will be able to tell you from Amber.
I bet I could never fool Charles I. No, Mildred, I won't do it.
Dennis, think of Mr. Snedeker's fender. Think of the $25. Think of the housing shortage.
All I can think of is black lace. Black lace.
They're step-ins.
It isn't how I get in, it's how I feel after I'm there.
All right, Dennis. I guess I shouldn't have asked you. Forget it.
Mildred, I
thought I meant something to you. I thought you'd do it for my sake. I was wrong.
Oh, Mildred, stop. I can't stand seeing anyone cry.
You don't care if Mama throws you out of the house and we never see each other again. You don't care.
Mildred, I can't stand here and see a woman cry like that. There's only one thing I can do.
Yes?
I'm going to get out of here.
Dennis, you come back here. We're going to win that cup and pay off Mr. Snedeker. Now go in the bathroom and get those clothes off.
But, Mildred...
Here, take all this and put it on. And when you come out, I'll fix your makeup.
You mean I have to put all this on?
Yes.
Mildred, I read another book once about a wonderful character named Abraham Lincoln. All I need is a beard and a short pair of stilts, and I'm sure that...
Get into that bathroom.
Yes, ma'am. Gee, my mother always wanted a girl, but this is ridiculous. Well, I finally got the costume on, Mildred. How do I look?
Well, let's see. It's not too bad.
Except you're a little lumpy in the wrong places. Walk toward me and slink like Amber.
I'm afraid to. This dress is too tight. One slink and I'm slunk.
Well, it is tight. Didn't you put on that girdle I gave you?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't get it over my head.
Oh, Dennis, they don't go over your head. Don't you know how to put on a girdle?
I'm afraid not. I've spent most of my life as a boy.
But what on earth makes you look so lumpy from your hips down?
Oh, that's my long underwear.
You didn't take that off?
You think I want to catch cold? There's a terrible draft through this thing.
Dennis, you didn't have to keep your flannels on. I gave you those black lace step-ins to wear.
I know, but I stepped into them wrong. They're black lace kilts now.
Well, sit still now. I'm going to put on your makeup.
Okay.
First, a little mascara. There we are. Now, some powder.
Hey! Watch where you put that stuff.
You're supposed to keep your mouth closed.
Golly, if men were girls, we'd never bother with all this stuff.
If men were girls, we wouldn't either. Now, look, Dennis, hold still while I put on your lipstick, and we're all set. There we are.
How am I?
Why, Dennis, you're absolutely ravishing. Honestly, you're gorgeous.
Gee, really?
Just go over and take a look in that mirror.
Okay. Pardon me, miss. Would you mind stepping aside? Oh, that's me.
Of course it is. Well?
Gee, I am kind of desirable.
Oh, Dennis, I just know you're going to win that prize. Oh, now, look, we haven't much time. Here's the keys to my father's car. Slip out the window the same way you got in.
You'll have to boost me up. I don't dare bend over in this dress.
All right. Oh, I do hope you win, Dennis. There. And please, please be careful of Daddy's car.
I will, Mildred. Gee, I did look like an awfully cute girl in that mirror. Not my type, of course, but some men like them. Oh, golly, here comes the man. Here's my chance to find out how I look. I'll drop my handkerchief and see what happens.
Oh, pardon me. Did you drop this handkerchief?
Why, yes. How careless of me.
Well, here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're really too kind.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, say, by the way.
Yes?
You got a match, buddy?
Hello, Mr. Willoughby.
Hello, Dennis. I beg your pardon, miss. When I heard your voice, I thought you were a boy who works for me.
I do. I'm Dennis.
Well, by George. I'd certainly never know you in that dress and with a mask on. Say, who are you supposed to be, Dennis?
I'm Amber. You know, the book, Forever Amber.
Oh. I may have read it. It sort of escapes my memory.
Then you didn't read it. Say, Mr. Willoughby, when do the judges judge the costumes? It's 10 o'clock, and I got to get out of here before I get that 5 o'clock shadow.
Huh?
Twice.
Oh. Well, the man who's judging the costumes hasn't arrived yet, and by George, I wish he'd get here. If he...
There's someone coming in the door now, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, yes, good, that's him, and high time, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Something wrong, Dennis?
The judge of the costumes. It's Mr. Snedeker.
That's right, he's coming over here now.
Mr. Willoughby, I can't stay here. If he sees me, he'll punch me right in my mascara.
He won't recognize you in that outfit any more than I did.
But my voice...
I'll tell him you're a foreigner. Speak to him in Spanish.
I don't know a word in Spanish.
Neither does he. You're perfectly safe. Oh, Mr. Snedeker, right over here, please.
Oh, sorry to be late, Willoughby. That imbecile who works for you wrecked my car, and I had a devil of a time getting a taxi. If I ever get my hands on that young, Oh, I beg your pardon. What have we here?
Uh-oh.
Mr. Snedeker, may I present Senorita Lolita Del Rio? The senorita just got here from Chile.
Well, I'm delighted, senorita. Delighted.
Hacienda, senor.
Well, now, if you two will excuse me, I have a great many things to attend to.
Oh, no, don't leave us, Senor Willoughby.
I'm afraid I must. Adios.
But, Senor Willoughby...
Oh, let him go. Much cozier with just the two of us. Senorita.
Oh, tico, senor.
Well, So you're from Chile. You don't look very chilly to me. I'll bet you're a dream, all right, underneath that mask. How about a peek, huh?
Oh, no, senor.
Oh, come on, a teensy-weensy little peek.
No, senor. Not until the price for the winning costume has been giving out.
Oh, I see what you mean, my little enchilada.
I thought you would, my great big cucamonga.
Speaking as the official judge, I think your costume has an excellent chance.
Oh, thank you, senor.
Yes, an excellent chance. Are you married, senorita?
No.
Neither am I, you know what I mean?
See, but I doubt if anything will come of it.
I don't know. I waited a long time for the right girl to come along. Who can say I'm not looking into her eyes right now?
Me.
Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to award the trophy for tonight's outstanding costume. That is, if our judge, Mr. Snedeker, has a winner picked out.
I sure have, my little beauty?
Oh, Senor Snedeker.
Folks, your attention, please. Now, after a careful study of every costume here tonight, I take pleasure in awarding this beautiful silver cup to the little lady on my left. Oh, what was that name again, senorita?
Dennis Day.
Senorita Dennis Day. Well, my little tamale, are you satisfied now? You can take this lovely silver cup back to... Senorita who?
Dennis Day.
You! Why, you are...
Mr. Snedeker, please. Calm down. Don't get excited.
Don't get excited. Why, I as good as proposed to you.
It's all right. I didn't accept.
Didn't accept?
Oh, Mr. Snedeker, if you'd like to withdraw your offer of marriage now, believe me, I'll understand.
Why? Let me at him. Let me at him.
Mr. Snedeker, please.
Let me at him.
Dennis Day returns to sing the beautiful ballad, All Through the Day.
I sit alone in the golden daylight, but all I see is a silver sky. For in my fancy I sweep away light and keep my image of the sky just the way we like it, you and I. I dream about the night. I dream about the night here with you. All through the day, I wish away the time until the time when I'm here with you. Down falls the sun, I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away. Soon your lips recall the kiss I dreamed of all through the day. Down falls the sun, I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away.
Be sure to be with us next week for another in the series of Dennis Day programs. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day, who'll be back when you hear...
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile. Dwells in your eyes and the spell of your
Chip Corning speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to join Mrs. Coleman and me for the next half hour.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Second, perhaps, on the list of well-known presidents who play the piano is William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy College. He never was nor will be of concert caliber, but he has a journeyman knowledge of Bach, Berlin, Brahms, Beethoven, and Jelly Roll Morton. He's quite modest about his musical accomplishments, and if you listen attentively, you'll see why.
What seems to be the matter, dear?
I'm playing with my gloves on. Vicky, it's nearly 8 o'clock. We mustn't be late, you know.
Yeah, I know, Toddy. I'll be there in a minute. I'm just putting my face on.
What could she possibly do to her face to improve it? It's perfect the way it is.
Concerto for the left hand, dedicated to Victoria Hall with glove.
With glove and kisses, my darling. How do you think I do as a nightclub piano player? Honky Tonk Paul. The dog who chased the kitten off the keys. Doubles with triple flute, has own tuxedo, will travel.
Well, you'd be sensational. And I'd like to get into the act, too.
Oh, well, in that case, we'll have to play the better bistros.
Yeah, I'll sit on the piano and sing torchy songs with a long salmon-colored chiffon handkerchief and half a pound of blue eyeshadow.
Wonderful, wonderful. We'll bill ourselves as Hall and Cromwell. Not good, but loud. Darling, we must hurry. It's 8:20, you know, and we're on the receiving line. Come on.
Now, tell me again, darling, what is this faculty reception? Who's being received?
Well, 2 visiting dignitaries. They constitute a committee. Ivy College is being inspected.
For what? Political conformity? Sanitation? Possible site for a supermarket?
You ever hear of a Frenchman named Legrand of the Legrand Foundation? Made a fortune over here in cosmetics, I believe.
No, but it's a great way to make a fortune, they tell me. Just think, the Indians painted their faces for hundreds of years and nobody made a nickel out of it. It's a shame.
Well, that was when men used the cosmetics. When the squaws began using it, the men started selling it. With the Indians, as with every race, everybody is out to make a fast buck. That's an old Cherokee epigram.
I
don't know how he got from Paris to Oklahoma. But what about Mr. Legrand?
Well, he left a fortune to a foundation for the fostering of cultural relations between the United States and Europe, particularly France. One American college will be selected as a sort of pilot plant to begin a program of exchange relations with French universities, visiting professors, exchange students, and so on.
How interesting. I should say that was something very much needed now.
Oh, now, more than ever. The United Nations has given its blessing.
And how good are our chances?
Well, they've visited a score or more of colleges, and we happen to be the last on their schedule.
Well, tonight they meet our nice faculty. And you. Think of that. After 20 colleges, they meet you. What a wonderful third act curtain. What a finale.
Vicky, it was you I was counting on to sway them.
Well, who are they, anyway?
Well, Simmons, who is connected with the foundation, and a man from the Sorbonne named Dubois, who will handle the French end of it. I gather the real decision will be up to Dubois.
Should we do anything to entertain them beyond this affair tonight?
Well, they descended on us without warning, like bank examiners, and probably don't expect entertainment. But as a matter of fact, Vicky, I invited them to dinner tomorrow night.
Well, how soon would you remember to tell me? But how about Mr. Wellman?
Wellman is in Philadelphia, the city until now of brotherly love.
Good.
Oh, you like Dubois, very urbane and courteous. Simmons is another kettle of fish entirely. Sardonic and inclined to throw his weight around. I've had dealings with him before, and he's an alumnus of Bowser, incidentally. Well, here we are.
The faculty's beginning to arrive. We really look rather elegant when we're all dressed up, don't we?
Yes. But I fear that the dim religious light of our auditorium conceals many a mothhole and shiny trouser feet. Even at Ivy, the temporal rewards of scholarship are slim. After you, Vicky, I'll hold the door. Oh, good evening, Mrs. Horton. Evening, Professor. Mr. Dubois, have you and Mr. Simmons had a satisfactory day? I hope everyone was cooperative.
Oh, yes, I think it is safe to say that we are favorably impressed with the physical plant and with the general caliber of the faculty.
Well, that's gratifying. We're rather proud of both.
But I at least do not feel that I have the flavor, so to speak, of Ivy, the esprit.
What Professor Dubois means, Dr. Hall, is that we're interested in more than buildings, books, and professors. We're trying to sense the atmosphere of the place.
A little difficult to absorb, I should say, in a one-day visit.
In particular, we're convinced that the institution to be selected must show a genuine concern for culture in the best sense of the word. A concern which is not external or imposed from above, but which somehow permeates the whole student body.
Yes, that is it. We want to know whether the students themselves embody the ideals of the institution.
Precisely. The cultural test will be the cultural level of the students. Their general outlook, their deportment.
Well, most of them, remember, are still in their teens.
Even so, our hope is to find a real community of scholars, serious in purpose, devoted to the cultivation of things of the mind.
Well, here at Ivy, we like to think of ourselves as carrying on the glorious tradition of Plato's Academy, of Aristotle's Lyceum, of the University of Paris in the days of St. Thomas and Albert the Great, of Oxford in its finest era, of the Cambridge of Sir Isaac Newton. In short, we like to...
Evans, what's that?
Sounds like a riot.
The students seem to be having
William, we must have won the basketball game.
Of course. Good. I wonder what the score was.
Basketball game? Do you mean to tell me, Dr. Hall, that all this disturbance is made because of a basketball game?
Some of our American folkways may seem strange to you, Professor Dubois, but tonight our team was playing against Bowser College. Your school, Mr. Simmons.
In France, this sort of tumult could only be produced by politics. But...
Oh, the lights! What happened? As if I didn't know.
The power must have failed. It happens occasionally when we win. Here, I'll light a match. Let's find our coats. The reception is over anyway.
This the way culture is permeating the Ivy student body, Dr. Hall?
Well, one way, possibly. And culture is often acquired in quite peculiar fashion. A large and beautiful cultured pearl, for instance, is the result of irritating an oyster, which, having a low-grade nervous system, is difficult to irritate. So, think how much better off we are with our easily abraded nerves. Think of the pearls we are producing. What a day this has been. I've had nothing but bulletins of disaster.
Have they by any chance involved our two distinguished visitors?
Oh, how did you know?
Marjorie Horton was just on the phone. She saw the most horrible thing a few minutes ago.
Oh, not again.
Some of the boys were having a snowball fight.
Uh-oh. I know what's coming.
And someone threw a Texas Liga just as Mr. Simmons and Professor Dubois turned the corner by the chapel.
Which one got it?
Mr. Simmons knocked his hat off, almost got his head.
Of course. Naturally. It would. Dickie, the whole day has been like that. Our young men and women of culture have gone mad. Those pearls I boasted of are acting more like gallstones.
Isn't it awful? Just when we wanted to make a good impression.
Of course, I can't blame the students for Dubois slipping on the ice this morning, but...
Poor Professor Dubois.
Well, it must have been quite a spectacle. He landed right on his... in his own geography. It'd be somewhere around the Pyrenees.
Not hurt, I hope.
No, but considerably ruffled in dignity. Nature may have been to blame for that. But when the alarm clock went off in the library reading room, it wasn't what the lawyers call an act of God.
I suppose there's no way of convincing Simmons and Dubois that this sort of thing doesn't go on all the time.
No, I'm sure there isn't. Nope, I've abandoned hope of the Legrand Award. I've just learned, for example, that the day they arrived at Bowser, the Paganini String Quartet came to play. And a student production of King Lear opened the following night.
Strange. I never can think of Lear without thinking of Groucho Marx. Well, doesn't it matter that we've already had the Paganinis and very well attended to? And that the Dramatic Society is doing 12th night next month?
Not after today, it doesn't. Nothing will. We are kaput.
Oh, Toddy, I'm so sorry.
Well, Vicky, let's just relax. Let's write this one off. We can't do anything to alter the decision that I'm sure they've made.
Yeah, we'll just enjoy ourselves tonight. Social as all get out. And not a word to them about Ivy or the foundation or the students.
And we'll pretend that Legrand Award is two bad words.
Yeah. And anybody who uses them must have their mouths washed out with money.
And I have always maintained, Doctor, that some of the sciences are, hampered by too technical language. It restricts not only understanding, but interest.
Yeah, my husband has always believed that, Mr. Dubois. You should have heard him revise our astronomy professor's language. He not only brought it down to the man on the street, he dug a ditch 10 feet below that.
Well, I have to admit that the trend in both academic and government circles is toward obfuscation. Gobbledygook, I think they call it.
A friend of mine, Dr. George Headley, wrote quite a fascinating ballad about it. He's the chaplain at Mills College in Oakland, California.
Oh, yes. The second verse is the one I love, William. Can you remember it?
Oh, I don't know. Let me see. How does it go? Yeah. Yes. Meaning is Holocaust to your symbology. Life poured away in your verbal libation. Study of neighborhoods known as ecology. Love is a superorganic equation. Scholarships, all questionnaire compilations. Toss in the indices, stir 'em and cook. All is permitted but simplification in sociological gobbledygook.
Yes, shall we go into the other room?
Oh, a delicious dinner, Mrs. Orr.
Oh, thank you.
I could soon become a convert to American, to Anglo-American cooking.
Well, it's wholesome at least. We're growing quite tall on it.
Cigarette, Mr. Simmons, or a cigar?
Yes, that's very nice.
Light, Professor Dubois.
Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, Dr. Hall.
Yes?
We haven't mentioned Ivy College all evening, although several times I tried to bring the matter up. Professor Dubois and I have several more questions.
Oh, I'd be delighted to hear them.
For example, the background of the students interests us very much. Do they come largely from well-to-do homes? Homes of culture?
They come from every kind of home, Mr. Simmons. A good average cross-section of American youth. You and Professor Dubois have now had an opportunity to see the college and the students. I fear that you may not have seen them at their best, but basically they're a splendid lot. Sound to the core. And the cultural level here at Ivy is gratifyingly high. And the students do take an interest in things of the mind. That's why they are here. But they aren't guppy about it. I only wish you had the opportunity to meet more of them individually. I feel sure that, I'll go, dear. Please excuse me, won't you?
Hello, Dr. Hall.
Oh, hello, Whizzer. Good evening. Won't you come in?
Gee, thanks.
Whizzer? Whizzer?
I saw your light. I wanted to see you about something, but...
Oh, not at all, Whizzer. It's perfectly all right. Come in. You and Mrs. Hall have met, I believe.
Oh, certainly we have. How are you?
Oh, fine, thanks, Mrs. Hall.
And I know our guests would like to meet you. Professor Dubois and Mr. Simmons. This is Whizzer Lockett.
How do you do? How do you do?
Whizzer was captain of our freshman archery team this year.
Well, we're doubly honored. The corpus, so to speak, of our recent discussion.
Mr. Simmons and Professor Dubois are visiting Ivy for a day or two.
Yeah, I know. You're the guy I hit with that snowball this afternoon. Gee, I'm sure sorry, but it was getting kind of dark and...
Yes, I am that guy.
Well, I want to apologize.
Well, sit down.
Thanks. I started after you to see if you were hurt, but you were a long way off.
Tell me, Whizzer, what is your chief interest? Philosophy, perhaps? Of course, you've seen Bertrand Russell's recent volume on epistemology.
Bertrand Russell? Gosh, no, I guess I must have missed that one.
Yeah. After all, Mr. Simmons, Whizzer is just a freshman.
Yes. Perhaps the classical languages are your strong point.
Well, I had a couple of years of Latin in high school.
No?
But...
A scientist, perhaps? Or a mathematician?
Well, I'm not too good at math.
Students don't usually choose their major field until after their freshman year, Mr. Simmons.
Yes. Literature, then. You're the type who'd feel at home in the 17th century, I'm sure. Do you know the metaphysical poet?
The what?
Not literature. Then it must be music. Do you enjoy Debussy, Whizzer, or are your tastes more strictly classical?
Gosh, Dr. Hall, I guess I'm kind of in over my head.
What was it you wanted to see me about? We can go to the study if you like.
Please ignore me. I merely thought this a capital opportunity to make trial of the cultural level of the students of Ivy College.
It sounded to me more like an execution than a trial, Mr. Simmons.
Go on, Whizzer.
I wonder if I should tell. This is going to sound kind of funny, but... Well, Dr. Hall, you know, this is Hell Week.
Yes, the intelligence has somehow reached me.
Hell Week?
What is Hell Week?
A part of fraternity initiation, Mr. Dubois.
A quaint survival of some of Ivy's more ancient traditions.
Yeah, I'm getting initiated this week. The boys at the house gave me the darndest thing to do. Well, this is sure going to sound funny.
Well, out with it, Whizzer. I'm becoming inured to these things over the years. Last year, a student was sent to mow my lawn. There were 18 inches of snow on the ground at the time.
Gee, I guess I should have asked Mrs. Hall.
Yes. The students often consider me a more accessible avenue. A little more shady, too.
Well, you can't back down now.
Well, I do have to have it by tonight.
Have what?
A baby picture of Dr. Hall.
Magnificent. Baby picture. Students of Ivy do take an interest in things of the mind.
Whizzer. Never let it be said that the president ever failed to heed the legitimate request of a student. But to the best of my knowledge, there is no baby picture of myself in existence. Had there been one, I assure you I would long since have made certain of its destruction.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, William. After we were married, your mother gave me an album devoted entirely to pictures of you.
Oh, no.
So, your mission will not be a failure with us. There are hundreds of baby pictures to choose from. You come with me. I have the album hidden in Dr. Hall's study, where you'd never think of looking. Will you all excuse it?
Of course we
will. Then.
Okay, but gee, I didn't realize it.
Well, gentlemen, And I think I'd better leave unfinished the little speech I was making about the cultural life of Ivy College.
You might have difficulty putting a note of conviction into it.
But this is very interesting. Do the students all feel free to come to your home on errands of this sort?
Oh, certainly. Not that they do very often.
I should hope not.
In fact, the students are really very considerate of us. But Whizzer, I'm afraid, was acting under a certain amount of duress.
But surely the office of president carries with it a dignity. How can you lower yourself to fall in with this sort of horseplay?
Mr. Simmons and Professor Dubois, my point of view may seem strange, but I do not consider that I am, as you put it, lowering myself when I treat a student with ordinary understanding and courtesy, and a small amount of humor. There is no divinity that hedges a college president. I like the students, and they know it. They know I'm on their side.
So they think they can get away with anything?
Oh, not at all, Mr. Simmons. Oh, no, you missed the point entirely. It is just because I have placed no artificial barriers between myself and the students that they don't try to get away with things. Mrs. Hall and I are treated with unfailing consideration and kindness. This sort of thing with Whizzer is... it's quite harmless. In fact, I find it rather amusing. And Whizzer is a very...
You were sure to get this back to me. I think you chose the darlingest word.
Thanks, Mrs. Hall. I'll be careful with it.
Yeah, come on. Show Dr. Hall which one you picked out.
Well, here.
Yes, I seem to have been a nudist in those days.
Yeah, look, Mr. Simmons. Now, isn't that the cutest little curl over his forehead?
Charming.
Whizzer, I presume you realize that you have in your hand a powerful instrument of blackmail. I am completely at your mercy.
Oh, gosh, Dr. Hall, I'll get it back to you. Well, I guess I'd better be going.
Oh, must you?
Yeah, I got a chemistry quiz in the morning, and, well, good night, Professor Dubois and Mr. Simmons. Very glad to have met you.
Good night, Whizzer.
I'll come to the door with you.
Good night, Mrs. Hall, and thanks for everything.
Yeah, it was fun. Good night.
Whizzer, in consideration of the prompt return of this picture, I am prepared to drop the first payment in bills of small denomination done up in brown paper over the hedge by the cemetery, right? Good night.
Don't worry, Dr. Hall. So long.
Well, Doctor, we've got to catch a train. We both had a pleasant evening. But before we go, I think I can speak for Professor Dubois with regard to the Grand Foundation. I wanted to be frank with you, Doctor.
Oh, I think I know what you're going to tell me, that there isn't sufficient atmosphere of culture at Ivy to make it the ideal choice.
Precisely. You've spared me the necessity to...
Just a moment, Mr. Simmons. This is one occasion when you cannot speak for me. You understand, Dr. Hall, that the final decision is in my hands. As you must know, most of our work of investigation was done before we ever set out on this trip. Such things as academic standards, they are matters of public record. Ivy stood well up among the colleges being considered. So, it became a matter of learning something of the spirit, the atmosphere.
I see, yes. Things which are not matters of public record.
One of the purposes of our experiment is to permit European students to experience what is best and most valuable in America. What this country can uniquely give to the world.
And perhaps a foreigner can better determine that than an American.
I see a respect for the individual as a human being, without consideration of race, creed, or station, exemplified in the way that you and Mrs. Hall treated that boy this evening. I felt, how shall I say it, a warmth, a sense of mutual respect and friendship that quite overshadowed the frivolous errand on which he came.
At times I take frivolity quite seriously.
But this is the kind of atmosphere which I would covet for the students of unhappy Europe. And that is why I have decided that Ivy should be the first college to take part in this experiment.
Oh, William.
Hall, if you can take it from a Bowser man. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, you will, of course, receive formal notification, but...
Oh, that must be our case.
So soon? Oh, well, I'll get your coats. We are indebted to you, Mrs. Hall, for a delightful evening.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad.
Here, let me help you. I wish you could have stayed at Ivy longer. We usually try to keep our skeleton from the closet, but perhaps another visit.
Oh, I hope so.
Right.
Good night.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Thus is victory snatched from defeat. A minor miracle, I should say.
No, just a major revelation, Toddy, of you as an individual. The French love individualism, you know.
Yes, I suppose that was one of the reasons.
And I doubt if Mr. Dubois has seen any other college president, even a picture of one, lying nude on a rug waving a bottle.
Cute little curl indeed. I did have a certain amount of simple charm, didn't I?
Week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Ken Carpenter speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Earl Ross, Hans Conried, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
Starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
is a big night in Mel Blanc's little town, for the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras holds its annual combination gala meeting and dance at the Lodge Hall. All over town, young girls, anxious to please their boyfriends, are asking them what favorite dress they would like them to wear. In the Adams house, we hear boyfriend Henry saying,
Susan, why don't you wear the blue dress with a low back?
And in the Brown house, boyfriend Tommy is saying,
Barbara, why don't you wear the pink gown? You know, the strapless one?
And in the Colby house, where Betty Colby has asked her boyfriend Mel Blanc what he would like her to wear, Mel is saying,
Betty, why don't you wear that green mackinaw? It's going to be chilly tonight.
Well, Betty selected a dress, and now we find her with Mel, having stopped in at the fix-it shop before going on down to the zebra meeting. But what kind of talk do we hear from Mel?
Goodbye, Diane. You're a beautiful girl, but you have to go. The time has come when we must part. If you remained here any longer, it would be just a mockery. This is the end. The end, Diane.
Oh, Mel, it's only a calendar, girl. Don't take it so serious.
Well, it's easy for you to talk like that, Betty. You're a woman. But Diane wasn't just an ordinary calendar girl.
No.
No, this was a 5-year calendar. And on her nose, you could tell the temperature.
Well, Mel, life is cruel. You might as well face it. So put up this new calendar.
Fine thing. A picture of the White House.
Oh, well, I think it's very nice. With President Truman sitting out on the lawn. Who gave it to you?
Oh, can't you read? Pochnik, the piano teacher. Says, play the piano, become president in 10 easy lessons. You, too, can be the life of the Democratic Party. Oh, gosh, it's late. I got to go down to the Lodge Hall and rehearse my pageant.
Oh, I thought you had it already rehearsed.
Yeah, but now I have to play Old Man Williams' part of Father Time.
Wasn't he going to show up?
No, I gave him a scythe to rehearse his part. Now he's got a job mowing lawns. Well, I'll play the part myself. Maybe I'll impress someone with my acting. Oh, there'll probably be big people in the audience. Who knows what might happen to me? Mel Blanc. A star is born.
Oh, Mel, here comes Father.
Uh-oh, shooting star. Hello, Mr. Colby.
Why, hello, Mel. How are you? Happy New Year. It's a pleasure to see you.
Gosh, Betty, I could have sworn the man who just came in was your father.
Of course I'm your father, you nincompoop. Well, maybe it's a wise child.
Well, that's more your same sweet self, Mr. Colby.
Yes, thank you. Well, Mel, let's not have any harsh words tonight. I like you. Can't you get that through that thick, stupid skull of yours? I like you.
Well, you don't have to tell me, Mr. Colby. I'm still black and blue from the last time you liked me.
Why, Mel, my boy, how can you say that? Last time you were up at the house, didn't I offer you a drink?
Yes, and before I knew it, you had me halfway to the medicine chest.
Well, that's where I keep my bourbon.
Well, that's a funny kind of bourbon. It had a label on it for external use only.
So isn't it about time we started for the meeting?
Just a moment, Betty. There's something I want to impress on Mel. You see, Time magazine always picks out a man of the year. And similarly, our lodge always elects a zebra of the year. Now, I want you, Mel, as a close friend of mine, to cast your vote for me and get some of your close friends to do the same as a close friend of mine.
Oh, but Mr. Colby,
Now, listen, Blank, I'll break every...
Please, Mr. Colby, not that close. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Colby. I've got to memorize my part in the pageant, but I can send Zuki out to campaign for you.
Oh, splendid idea. What an honor. Bovary Arbuthnot Colby, Zebra of the Year.
Oh, Zuki!
Oh, it's late, Father. We better go.
Yes, Mel. Hello, Betty. Happy 1950.
1950?
Yeah, I can't say 1947.
Now, look, Zuki, we want you to go out to all the members of the lodge and tell them to vote for Mr. Colby as Zebra of the Year.
Yes, that's right, Zuki. Now, suppose I'm Mr. Jones. You knock on my door, and I, as Mr. Jones, say, why should I vote for Mr. Colby? Now, what do you say, Zuki?
Well, I say because he's very... He's a smart... He's a kind of a... Would you mind repeating that question?
Well, what for?
Well,
because it's been such a long time since I heard it.
This is ridiculous. Mel Blanc, if I'm not elected Zebra of the Year tonight, my first New Year's resolution will be that you're barred from my house. Now, all I can say is that you'd better do something. All right, come along now, Betty.
Gee, Mel, you got to rehearse your pad. You got to get votes from Mr. Coke. All I can say is, Happy New Year.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A girl who's cute enough to cuddle shouldn't have a breath of trouble. No, indeed. That little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, has made many a girl unpopular, many a man, too. Don't let it happen to you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing, and remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now Victor Miller and the Sportsmen salute the new year with Zip-a-dee-doo-dah.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine in my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zip-zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day.
Mel Blanc, the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras is holding its annual New Year's Eve meeting and dance. The highlight of the evening will be a pageant of 1946 in which Mel will portray all the characters. Right now, we find Mel in his fix-it shop just about to close up and leave for the meeting.
Mel Blanc, tonight is going to make you a great actor. Someday you'll be on Broadway. Your name flashing in lights. The M goes on, and the B goes off. The E goes on, and the L goes off. The L goes on, and the A goes on, and the N goes off, and the C goes on. And then all at once the whole thing flashes on. Nibblesklank! Hey, wait a minute. That's not right. Well, if it isn't Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. How come you're going to the meeting alone? Where's your soulmate?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is stalemate. She's a little late, Mel. I left her at the beauty parlor getting a mud pack.
A mud pack? Well, they say it's a great aid to beauty.
Only temporary. The mud has to come off.
Well, how can you say that, mighty potentate? Your wife has beautiful, well, she's got lovely, she's got very nice, isn't there some way they can get that mud to stay on?
Mel, I don't mind her not being beautiful. After all, a woman her age.
Now, Mr. Cushing, don't exaggerate. Your wife told me herself she was only around 40.
Yeah, but it's her second time around.
Is she really that old?
Mel, most people have to read about American history in books. Not my wife. She's an eyewitness. You don't believe she's old, Mel? Listen to her stand up sometime. She sounds like the door opening on Inner Sanctum.
I can never understand why you married her, mighty potentate.
Neither can I. You know, I'm married to the only woman in the world who listens to the radio and talks back to Gabriel Heder. What a marriage. My wife and I have nothing in common. We don't like the same books. We don't care for the same food. We don't like the same movies.
Yeah, you're not even the same sex. Gosh, it's late. We better be going down to the meeting. Mr. Cushing, do you think Mr. Colby has a chance of being elected Zebra of the Year?
Who can tell? You know, I was the first one to be elected for bravery in action. I showed unequal daring, courage, and fearlessness far beyond the call of duty.
Well, what'd you do?
I said no to my wife. Campaign almost cost me my life. However, there was a very minor reason for my election. By the way, Mel, do you think you'll have a good pageant tonight?
Well, I hope so, mighty potentate. Oh, wait, I got to put out the lights. Gosh, it looks like I'll have to play all the parts myself.
Very exciting. You know, I'm reviewing it for our Zebra newspaper, and if I like it, I may give it 4 stripes. Well, out into my car, Mel. The affair must be going full blast.
Gosh, everybody's here, Mr. Cushing. It's a real turnout.
Oh, hello, Mel. Hello, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Mr. Colby, ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Mel, the members are casting their votes. I hope you did your part.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Colby. I know which side of my ugga my boo is buttered on.
Oh, Mel, here comes my wife.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Cushing. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Hello, Angel.
Well, I see you're here, too, Ugga. Very nice affair, Montmorency.
Well, thank you, Angel. You're looking wonderful, Angel. Oh, let me take that off. There's still a piece of mud on your face.
Well, thank you, Montmorency. I'm going to join the ladies.
Goodbye, Angel. Probably went over to put the chill in the punch bowl.
I don't understand it. How come you were always calling her Angel?
Just anticipating. Well, I got to start the meeting, Mel. I hope you're not nervous.
Oh, I'm all right.
I now call this meeting to order in the name of the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras. Members will now rise and give the password. As you know, the ballots are cast, and in a short while, a new Zebra of the Year will be elected. In reviewing zebra activities during the past year, I think every member will agree that our meeting of November 5th was the most outstanding. To help refresh our memories of that evening, Brother Ross will now once again read the minutes of that meeting. Proceed, Brother Ross.
Because the lodge hall was closed for repairs, the last meeting was held in the back of Brother Murphy's Bar and Grill. First time in 3 years everyone attended. Brother Colby was voted in, and in celebration of the event, Brother Murphy brought in a round of beers. We quickly dispensed with old business. Brother Blank made a resolution to take $100 out of the treasury for the community chest. Resolution was passed. Brother Murphy brought in another round of beers. At this point, mighty potentate Cushing made a resolution to dispose of his wife. It was passed unanimously. And Brother Murphy brought in another round of beers. Brother Miller fell out of the window. A resolution was passed to petition Congress to make Murphy's Bar and Grill a national shrine. Brother Murphy fell out of the window. Brother Jones made a resolution to pick up Brother Murphy. Resolution was defeated. Another round of beers was passed. The neighbors complained, and the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Brother Ross. And now, fellow members, we come to the highlight of our evening. Brother Blank appears in a New Year's Eve pageant which he wrote, directed, produced, and has to act in himself. Music.
Blank marches on. The news of the past year, 1946, has seen through the eyes, ears, nose, and throat of a zebra. In Detroit, Michigan, Walter B. Chandler, eminent industrialist, says,
Folks, I can safely say that with the present supply of raw materials proceeding unabated, it is my... open within 6 months, each and every man, woman, and child in this country will have an ample supply of bubble gum.
Earlier this year, the Duke and Duchess of Windsor arrived in New York. Besieged for an interview, the Duke said,
No statements.
In Chicago, the Duke said again,
No statement.
But when the Duke and Duchess returned to England, the Duke finally said,
We was wrong.
A few months ago, price ceilings on food were removed. A month later, a senator speaks with a typical American housewife on the White House lawn.
Madam, now that we all removed that OPA from food prices, what do you all have to say?
Get off the grass. I'm eating it.
In September, Joe Louis, defending his championship, knocked out Tammy Moriello in the first round. A little while later, in a restaurant, his friend Rochester said,
Waiter, bring me a Tammy Moriello egg.
The waiter asked, What's that? To which Rochester replied,
2 minutes and 9 seconds.
And now the climax of the year takes place at the United Nations meeting. The Russian delegate stands up and says,
Granish Pazduka Mazlo Poeza Pajnajnik Koyats. I'm going home.
The audience gasps with astonishment. Reporters rush to their typewriters, and the French ambassador says, Sure, you say you are going home? Says the Russian, Gradnoya Vajduya Kazloma Krajno Voyesh Klabya. Why not? It's time for launch. And so Old Man 1946 says,
What's up, guys?
Thank you very much, Mel Blanc. And now the moment we've been waiting for. The votes have been tallied in the election for Zebra of the Year. And I have a startling announcement to make. The result is a tie. Every man voted for himself. Mel Blanc, you'll never come up to my house again.
Just a moment, President Cushing. There was a ballot stuck on the bottom of the box. It's some illiterate scrawl.
Oh, that must be my handwriting.
Oh? Let me see now. C-O-L-B. I believe it's for Mr. Colby.
Then Mr. Colby is elected Zebra of the Year. Members, we salute the Zebra of the Year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, Mr. Colby, that you have won the highest honor of our lodge during the coming year, you alone are privileged to utter the sacred Zebra call. You may begin now. Call, Zebra, call.
Gosh, Betty, this is a wonderful way to start the new year. Everything turned out just right.
Oh, now we can sit here in my parlor anytime we want to.
Betty, as long as the year has started out so well, I'm going in right now and ask your father if we can get married.
Oh, good luck, Mel.
Gosh, Betty, I'm afraid your father's taken this Zebra of the Year thing too seriously.
Why, what's the matter?
I just saw him in the kitchen eating oats.
Oats? Oh, silly, those are Quaker oats. Everybody eats those.
From a feed bag? Well, good night, folks, and a happy 1947 to y'all.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it tight. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Fred Allen Show. Brought to you by Pala Toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. An hour of smiles with Fred Allen, folks. 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. With our guest, a representative from the Statue of Liberty, David Ledmere. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Merrimacs, and Win Murray. The time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. Well, as the feller says, you can't start a show without an overture, folks, so we bow to the inevitable, and our overture is Yip by Annie I.A. Who comes every week. B's for the bags hanging down on each cheek. C's for the comedy he's been rehearsing. And D is for duck. Here comes Fred in person.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations to you, Harry, on finally mastering your ABCs.
Oh, thanks.
Why didn't you do the rest of the alphabet? You were going so well there, I thought you'd continue.
Is there more to it?
Oh, haven't you heard, Harry?
Oh, no. Gee, I didn't get any farther than college, Fred.
Oh, you only got up to D, a dot with man, huh? Well, would you like to hear at this late age, would you like to hear the rest of the alphabet, Harry?
Yeah, what is the next letter, Fred?
Well, to a musician, it's E flat, but to us, it's E. E for their ears, listeners find full of corn. F for the fanfares, Peter blows on his horn. G's for the gags we hope will go well. H, our announcer, Herschel von Zell.
Oh. Well, that's fine. Now for the news. Peter!
No, wait a minute. Wait, don't put the fanfare in there. I'm not through yet, Harry.
Well, I'm sorry.
I for Ipana, whose praises we sing. J is the jibe that the Merrimack swing. K is the key that Win Murray reaches. L is what Van Steeden looks like in a tuxedo that doesn't match his breeches. I had to rush in for the meeples.
Well, that's fine. Now for the news. Peter!
Now, wait. No, Harry. I am not finished.
Well, it's my mistake. Go ahead, Fred.
M is for Portland, so pretty and chic.
M is for Portland?
Portland, Maine, Harry.
O.
No, not O, Harry. The next letter is N. You gave yourself away. It was there I knew you were a Dartmouth man when you put O after M. But the next letter is N.
Oh, well, N, I know what that is for. That's for the news. Peter!
See, I never saw a man take so much time to get ready to play so little, did you? All right, I give up the whole thing. The Ipana News presents The World in Review. New York City, New York. Community Service Society Committee on Housing publishes preliminary report on rooming house situation in Manhattan. Report based on survey of 75 typical rooming houses shows lack of sufficient beds and bathtubs for tenants, law violations in regard to cooking rooms, and serious overcrowding. Ipana News conducts its own rooming house survey to get the true facts. First, a rooming house tenant, Mr. Yandel Baxter. Now, Yandel, have you found conditions crowded?
Crowded? Brother, I lived in places so packed, I come out narrow-minded.
I was wondering why your head came to a point there. I couldn't explain it.
Yeah, it's brutal. Me and the wife just checked out of a joint, the Beckoning Arms down on 8th Street.
The Beckoning Arms, that was the name of the place. Well, what were your accommodations?
Well, we had the bridal suite.
The bridal suite?
Yeah, it was the southeast half of the northwest corner of a 9-family room.
There were 9 families in the one room?
Yeah, they had lines painted on the floor for privacy.
Oh. Well, did the people stay inside of their lines?
Everything was okay till the guy living in the center of the room gets up in the middle of the night and starts painting new lines.
He was altering his boundaries?
Yeah. First thing anybody knew, he'd blitzkrieg 6 inches south.
What happened?
A plebiscite busted out.
Really?
Yeah, the guy by the window Anschlussed the family by the door. The guy on the downtown side threw up a Maginot Line. And the guy in the corner started dropping leaflets on everybody.
Did you retreat?
Me and the wife run the blockade without getting supple.
And now you are living elsewhere?
Oh, yeah. We got a room of our own now. It's a converted broom closet.
Well, isn't that rather stuffy?
Nah, I don't mind. But the wife is starting to crave.
Why?
On account of the boarder.
Oh, you have a boarder in the closet.
Yeah, it wouldn't be so bad, but he's a musician.
A musician?
Yeah, when he brings his band home to practice, the wife has to get up on the shelf with her grandfather.
Well, obviously you've got no room for complaint. And thank you, Mr. Yandel Baxter. A young lady who had a peculiar experience as a result of rooming house congestion is Miss Gladys Snavely. What happened? You found it, did you? What happened, Miss Snavely?
This is one for the book.
Really? You don't say. Well, what occurred?
Well, last week I moved into this rooming house.
Uh-huh.
They give me a room on the same floor as the bathtub.
That makes it very convenient. Now,
Are you kidding?
well, not knowing the place, I don't.
Brother, Getting down that hall to the bathtub is like running interference for Notre Dame.
You always have trouble, do you?
Let me give you an incident.
Do. I wish you would.
Last week I had a date with a fella.
Uh-huh.
It's Saturday night, so I figure I'll take me a bath.
Good for you.
I go down the hall with me bubble soap and a towel.
Bubble soap and a towel.
Well, the door's locked.
Uh-huh.
Some dame is splashing around in the tub and singing, Ma, he's making eyes at me.
You withdrew to your room, did you?
Yeah. I'm sitting there with my ear cocked when I hear the water gurgling out of the tub.
Uh-huh.
The bathroom door opens and make a dash for it.
And?
Zip, the old maid from across the hall beats me by a sponge.
Oh. You withdrew once more, of course.
Yeah. Again I hear the water gurgling. Again I...
And?
Bang! The full-of-brush man in the next room trips me up with a sample and slams the bathroom door.
Listen, you were mad, of course.
I'm beside.
Beside?
So I sticks my head out at the window and I hollers, fire! Fire!
A brilliant move.
Yeah. Well, fire engines start screaming down the street. All the roomers run out of the house. I'm alone at last.
What did you do?
I sauntered down the hall with me bubble soap and me towel.
Uh-huh.
The bathroom's empty. In I go. I turn on the faucet.
And?
Nothing comes out.
Nothing?
The fire chief cut off the water. He's playing it on the building.
And you didn't get your bath?
What do you think, mister?
At a hasty glance, I would say no.
Oh, wise guy, huh?
That is putting it mildly, and thank you, Miss Gladys Snavely. And now a man who bids fair to become a permanent pest on this program, poet Thorndyke Swinburne. Now, Thorndyke, you have been thrown out of here twice.
Yes.
Once out the 49th Street exit.
Yes.
And the other time the 50th Street door.
Yes.
Now, what do we have to do to get rid of you permanently, Thorndyke?
Oh, the eternal question.
It has been asked before.
And will be asked again. To know me is to loathe me.
You are a keen judge of character, Thorndyke.
Thank you.
Now, why are you here tonight?
I have written a new poem. It's dedicated to a crowded rooming house.
And what is it called?
A crowded rooming house.
Wow. Nice twist you have on it. Go right ahead.
A crowded rooming house. It takes a heap of people to make a house a heap. And when a heap of people is heaped up in their sleep, the heap that's heaped up sleeping is just a heap asleep. But the sleep that's sleeped up is sleeping by the heap that is asleep. Is a heap and sleeping. And I don't mean sleeping heap. Heap.
You made several mistakes there, but fortunately in a poem like that, no one will ever know. This is including yourself, I take it. That was the end?
Yes, you may throw me out now.
Always a pleasure.
Throw me out the 6th Avenue door. I'm going cross town.
Yes. We'll throw you as far as Lindy's. You can stop off there. And thank you for a distressing few minutes. And now to show how crowded some of the New York theatrical rooming houses are, Ipana News dramatizes the recent experience of an actor who engaged a room. The scene, the front hall in Ma Brody's theatrical rooming house. A meek little actor is in the hall inquiring from Ma Brody about accommodations.
I want to get a room, Ma Brody.
Are you an actor?
Yeah, I'm a sword swallower.
Working?
I'm opening with the floor show at the Automat Monday.
Okay. I'm a little crowded, but you can have this room off the hall, number 7.
Thanks, Ma. I'll see you later. Oh, boy, what a break. The house is crowded. I grabbed this big room all to myself. Well, I may as well hang me coat in the closet.
Yeah? What's on your mind, Bud?
Who are you guys?
Culpepper and McGee, Bud. We're living in here.
In the closet?
Yeah, beat it, Bud. We're rehearsing.
Yeah, who was that lady I seen? That's a laugh. 2 guys sleeping in a big closet. Well, I'll hang my coat in the bathroom.
Hey, closing the door kindly.
Who are you?
I am Podolsky, the Russian baritone.
I am living in here. In the bathroom? In Russia, this is the parlor. Well, there's one thing. I ain't gonna be lonesome in here. I'll stuff my coat in this bureau drawer.
Hey, close that drawer.
Well, I'll be... Who are you?
I'm Major Pee-wee, the midget.
And you're living in that bureau drawer?
Not so long. You'll wake up my 8 brothers.
Hey, this is getting ridiculous. I'm getting in the bed. At least nobody can bother me there.
Hey, get off my head.
What are you doing in my bed?
I'm living in here, Bud. Scram.
What is this? My booty! My booty!
What's the fuss? Who's making that noise? Oh, it's you.
Hey, what kind of a joint is this?
I told you I was crowded. What are you kicking about?
Listen, I don't mind them 2 guys in the closet. I ain't complaining about that Russian in the bathroom and the midgets in the drawer. But when I gotta sleep with a total stranger.
What stranger?
This guy in bed here.
Oh, that's Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, meet the new roomer.
Oh, glad to meet you, Bud.
I'm glad to know you, Brown. Move over.
Thank you. And now the Merrimacs, ladies and gentlemen, to sing the number that was not recently dedicated to one of the Marx brothers. It's called the Gaucho Serenade. The Town Hall Tea Shoppy, always on the alert for some startling innovation, announces the addition of an educated talking waiter. The singing kind were merely entertaining. Now, the new ones are guaranteed to be instructive as well. Now, tonight we bring you a preview of the new waiting technique. The scene, the tea shoppy.
Good evening, sir. May I suggest this table over here?
Thanks. That a me, no?
Here you are, sir. And may I remind you that in the year 872, Howard the Fair-Haired broke the power of the Norwegian chiefs in Iceland?
Is that right? How's the hamburger?
Excellent. You know, of course, that Einstein's theory of relativity assumes that the velocity of light...
Yeah, that's been spinning around in my pretty head for some time. So you just run along and get me some hamburgers, some mashed potatoes, some creamed carrots, and a cup custard pronto.
Certainly, sir. But may I point out that those are all soft foods?
Well?
Well, so many of the soft, creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays, delicious as they are, do not give our gums the exercise and stimulation they need to keep them firm and healthy.
Okay, what can I do about it?
Just listen to Harry Von Zell some Wednesday night when he says...
When gums are tender and soft, teeth are seldom sparkling and bright. And to help strengthen undernourished gums with toning and exercise, many dentists suggest the regular use of Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. For Ipana is especially designed not only to clean and brighten your teeth, but when used with massage to help stimulate your gums as well. So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist and use it faithfully. When you feel that delightful tang, exclusive with Ipana and massage, you know that circulation is awakening in your gums, stimulating them, helping them become firmer and healthier. And you know that you made a mighty wise choice in Ipana toothpaste.
Tobacco Road Symphony Orchestra have just rendered Cherry Berry Bee. Say, Harry, that lady just came in. Would you like to read the other commercial over? That lady just came in here.
I have filed it under one.
Good evening, sir. May I suggest this table over here? Thanks. Got a menu? You and I can do it.
Well, all right.
Well, you read it to her when we get through. And now our guest. Hello, Portland.
Hello.
See, I didn't see you come in. You just get here?
No, I've been over helping the Merrimacs.
Helping the Merrimacs financially?
No, they need some new words, so I made some up.
New words for what?
For their songs. All their songs have the same words.
Oh, that's silly. The Merrimacs sing different songs every week.
Yes, but in the middle of the song, they always say the same words.
What words?
Rattin, datin, batten, scatten, hattin, gatten, paw.
Oh, I see. What? You told me to wait there. I waited. Now, so what? You just want me to wait to relax. It's nice of you. The thought is nice. If you're waiting for results, you should tell me, too, and set a limit. Well, what, these words, what were those words again there that you have,
Rattin, datin, batten, scatten, hattin, gatten, paw.
That was better than the first time, wasn't it? It was shorter, which made it better automatically. Well, what new words have you written in now to take the place of wattin, datin, batten, scatten, hattin, gatten?
Wheatin, beatin, beatin, seatin, heatin, beatin, poo.
Well, that last word sums it up nicely.
Poo?
And I do mean what you said. Well, now that you've given the Merrimacs that Wheaton, Beaton, Durstein, and Osborne routine, I think I think you've written yourself out. You should give up lyric writing as of now. Isn't there some other hobby you could cultivate?
Well, this is leap year, but I'm too young for that.
Ah, yes. Leap year is rather a risky 12-month for the unattached male, isn't it?
That's what you men say. Girls have their troubles leap year, too.
What troubles? They put a little lipstick on the bait, and they're ready to troll.
Well, I saw a girl run up to a policeman today.
To propose?
No. She said, "Officer, there are 2 men following me. Make the little one stop."
That's very good, but not the way you tell it. But I'd like to hear someone tell that sometime.
Do you know how leap year got its name?
Yes, I know. Why don't you put a weight on your tonsil and keep your voice in one place? Yes, I know how leap year got its name. It comes every 4 years. Every 4th year, the president, you know, is up for re-election, and somebody else tries to leap into the White House.
This may not turn out to be leap year after all.
Well, nobody seems to know. The way it looks, though, I wouldn't sell my fireplace. Now, what about about? That's probably our guest star's reception. We shouldn't construe it. Now, what about our guest star, by the way?
Well, last week I went down to see the Statue of Liberty, and I learned so many things about the statue.
Oh, now, wait. You haven't brought the Statue of Liberty here tonight.
No, but I have brought a man who knows all there is to know about the statue.
Really?
Mr. Allen, meet Mr. David Ludmere.
Well, good evening, Mr. Ludmere.
Good evening, Fred.
I hope Portland hasn't dragged you away from your chores at the Statue of Liberty for this little tete-a-tete.
No, Fred. I'm not on duty at night, but the statue is in good hands.
Ah, that sure is a weight off my mind. I thought Miss Liberty might be out there in the harbor tonight without a chaperone. You know, with all those boys floating around.
Well, there's nothing to worry about, Fred.
Fine. Now, before we start, Mr. Ludmere, may I ask, what is your official position at Bedloe's Island?
I'm an assistant to Mr. George A. Palmer, the superintendent, Fred.
And what are your duties?
Well, I have charge of the office work and finances, and occasionally I guide visitors around the statue.
Well, how long have you been a member of Miss Liberty's supporting cast?
Since 1936.
1936. That was the year Alf Landon left Kansas with the big flower, and New York left Tammany with the little flower. Now, first on our fact parade, how did the Statue of Liberty ever get into the middle of New York Harbor? It surely wasn't there when Grover Whalen went down the bay to welcome Hendrick Hudson, was it?
No, Fred. The tablet on the pedestal of the statue tells its story.
It tells a story. Well, how does the tablet read?
A gift from the people of the Republic of France to the people of the United States. This Statue of Liberty, enlightening the world, commemorates the alliance of the two nations in achieving the independence of the United States and attests their abiding friendship.
The statue, then, was erected by the people of France. And when was it previewed?
The Statue of Liberty was unveiled and dedicated on October 28, 1886.
1886. Miss Liberty today is 53 years old.
Yes, going on 54.
Well, if you want to be catty, Mr. I hope I look as well when I'm 53 going on 54, but I don't imagine I'll wear as well as the Statue of Liberty.
Well, I hardly think so, Fred. She's made of copper.
Well, I've got plenty of iron in my system, Mr. Ludmere. As a matter of fact, I have so much iron in me, they tried to tear me down along with the 6th Avenue L a few months back. Iron seems to run in our family. When my grandfather died, they didn't bury him. The old gentleman was scrapped. But tell me, Mister, you were scratching your head, Uncle Jim. I hope you were thinking. But tell me, Mr. Don't mind us, Mr. Ludmere. This goes on all the time. But tell me, Mr. Ludmere, who designed the statue originally?
The statue was created by a French sculptor named Auguste Bartholdi.
Did Mr. Bartholdi build the entire statue in France?
Yes. In 1884, Liberty was on exhibition in Paris for about 6 months.
Well, how did they ship this enormous figure to America? The Normandy wasn't running in those days. It isn't running today, is it?
Well, the statue didn't come in one piece, Fred. It was shipped here in 300 sections.
Well, I guess it's the old story. 6 months in Paris and anyone will go to pieces. The statue we see in the harbor today is really America's first jigsaw puzzle.
You might say so, Fred.
Well, can you give us an idea of how large the Statue of Liberty really is?
Well, Liberty is 152 feet high, and it's as tall as a 22-story building.
And that arm that holds the torch?
The arm is 40 feet long, the index finger on the hand is 8 feet long, and Liberty's waist is 35 feet around.
Or 2 feet smaller than Don Wilson. But tell me, Mr. Ludmere, is the Statue of Liberty the property of New York City?
No, Fred. The statue is administered by the National Park Service, a branch of the United States Department of the Interior.
I see. It's outside that the Department of Interior makes an exception in this case. But, well, tell me, about how many visitors do you greet a year? Last year, for instance.
Well, 1939 was a record year, Fred. we had about 428,000 tourists. Most of them were World's Fair visitors.
And with the fair opening again, I'm sure you'll have another record-breaking summer. Now, suppose I come out to visit the Statue of Liberty one day. What will I see?
Well, first you'll take an elevator to the top of the pedestal.
The pedestal. Can I go up into the statue?
Yes, you can go up as high as the head.
In another elevator?
No, Fred. You have to climb a winding staircase right up to the head.
And how high is it?
12 stories or 168 steps. There are windows in the statue's forehead, and you get a beautiful view of the city.
Well, if you can see the statue so well from New York, I'm surprised that some enterprising firm hasn't tried to hang a gum or a soft drink sign on Miss Liberty.
Well, she's had a couple of offers, Fred.
You mean someone has actually tried to commercialize our symbol?
Yes. A few years ago, we received an advertising proposition from a watchmaking concern. They wanted to put a giant wristwatch on the arm of the statue.
That would have set a new high in sponsoring, wouldn't it? You didn't accept the proposition, of course.
No, Fred. The Statue of Liberty is still on sustaining.
Where I am apt to find myself any minute. Well, I want to thank you for this enlightening little chat tonight, Mr. Ludmere.
I've enjoyed it very much, Fred.
We may have spoken in jest about some angles of your work this evening, but in our hearts we all know today more than ever before that this statue is the symbol of America's most precious possession, our liberty.
Good night, Fred.
Thank you, and good night, Mr. David Ludmere. Thank you. And now, Miss... you've got a new costume, Win. You look charming, I must say. And your new shoes, too. You have those filled-in heels, haven't you?
Yes, Fred.
I never know with those shoes whether a girl's arches have fallen or whether it's the shoes. But what are you going to sing for? I'll leave out this joke. It didn't get a laugh at rehearsal. What are you going to sing tonight?
I thought about you.
Did you really? You said it to music. Well, all right. I thought about
I took a trip on a train, and I thought about you. I passed a shadowy lane, and I thought about you. 2 or 3 cars parked under the stars, a winding stream, moon shining down on some little town, and with each beam, same old dream. At every stop that we made, I thought about you. But when I pulled down the shade, then I really felt blue. I peeked through the crack and looked at the track, the one going back. Ooh, and what did I do? I thought about you. Seems that I read, or somebody said, that out of sight is out of mind. Maybe that's so, but I tried to go and leave you behind. What did I find? I took a trip on a train, and I thought about you. I passed a shadowy lane, and I thought about you. 2 or 3 cars parked under the stars, a winding stream, moon shining down on some little town, and with each beam, the same old dream. At every stop that we made, I thought about you. But when I pulled down the shade, then I really felt blue.
Don't touch a note of that song. That's the way you rehearsed it. Now we'll sing it later in the program. Thank you, man. Now, With all... Oh, stop it, Harry. With all of the moving picture companies going in for epics nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, we see no reason why we can't toss off one of our own. So here it is. This production, gigantic in a small way, we call the Town Hall Morality Play. Each of the 4 characters you have known since childhood. They are, in the order of their appearance, rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. First, rich man.
With all my money, I can't buy a better dentifrice than Ipana toothpaste.
Poor man.
When I figure that Ipana not only does a bang-up job on my teeth, but when used with massage helps the health of my gums, too, I figure I just can't afford not to use Ipana.
Beggar man.
My wife doesn't have to beg the youngster to brush his teeth anymore. Not since he found out how pleasant Ipana tastes.
Thief.
Why let unattractive teeth rob you of an attractive smile when Ipana is no farther away than your nearest drugstore?
Those opinions, ladies and gentlemen, are influenced in no small way by the opinions of many dentists who say, since the soft, creamy foods we eat do not give our gums enough exercise and stimulation to keep them firm and healthy, use Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. And in giving that advice, dentists are doing for others what so many of them are doing for themselves. For in a recent survey, more dentists said they personally use Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice of any type. Now make their choice your choice. Use Ipana toothpaste.
The Fred Allen Show will continue immediately following a brief pause for your station identification. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed. Fred takes his place at the round table now, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready, Fred?
Yes, Harry. The forum is officially open. If Portland will kindly introduce the first member of our little gathering tonight.
I'll be glad to. First, Mr. Arthur Rhoda from Dixon Heights, New York.
Good evening, Mr. Rhoda.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Are you from Jackson Heights?
I am.
We have quite a few members of our program from Jackson Heights. Win Murray and Uncle James there, the man who has you so firmly by the collar. He's always afraid that the guest will get away once they get in. But did the snowstorm last night bother you folks any over Jackson Heights way?
Well, we're rather short of snow plows, I believe.
I know. Uncle Jim told me he mushed in this morning. Of course, if everyone had dogs as big as Uncle Jim, mushing would be a pleasure, I guess. But you've never seen Uncle Jim in his bare feet, I don't imagine, Mr.
Not quite, no.
He looks as though he's standing on 2 skin skis. But may I ask... Oh, yeah, don't laugh, Mr. Van Steven. I have been over in Jackson Heights through the backyards on a concert tour some time ago. And I happened to see Uncle Jim's stockings. They look like 2 sleeves hanging in the wind. But may I ask, that'll hold you, wherever you... where do you come from, Mr. Van Steeden? Larchmont way, huh?
Jackson Heights.
So, Jackson. But you're on your way to Larchmont with that tuxedo, anyway. Mr. Rhoda, may I ask your business? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm a liquor salesman.
A liquor salesman?
Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah.
You haven't brought any samples with you.
Well, you can call me up tomorrow, fellow.
No, I don't drink. I'm a malted milkman myself. I guess I miss a lot of conviviality, but I probably save a lot of wear and tear on my head at the same time. Tell me confidentially, do you think that the liquor being sold today compares favorably in quality with the liquor that was sold before Prohibition?
Oh, I think so, yes.
You do. It's just as good, aged just as long.
Oh, yes.
Cheaper or more expensive?
I think it's cheaper.
It certainly is better than what they were selling during Prohibition, that I'll guarantee. I remember going to a boat christening over on the west side during Prohibition. Some politician got up and hit the stern with a bottle of champagne. This bootleg champagne had burned 2 Newport holes in the back of the boat. And the rudder of the boat went up the Hudson alone doing 40 knots an hour. Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Roder. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time. And now, Portland.
Mrs. Irene Green from New York City.
Good evening, Mrs. Green.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You work here in New York, do you?
Yes, I do.
May I ask your profession?
Well, my dad and I are in an importing business.
Importing? Your father and you?
Yes.
What importing what, may I ask?
We import rock lobster tails from Cape Town, South Africa.
From Africa, rock lobster tails?
That's right.
Just the tails of the lobster?
Yes.
What's the matter with the rest of the lobster? Why don't you bring that along to keep the tails company? It's pretty lonesome.
Well, you see, there's waste in the tails and...
The waste in the other part of the body.
No, I mean there's waste in the head.
Uh-huh.
And,
Same with radio comedians. They had waste. If you were going to import one, I would import one with a head.
Well, we try to save on costs of weight in freight.
I see.
And therefore we only import the tail, which carries most of the meat.
Gosh, a man who was in the shirt importing business would be better off in the lobster business using the same methods, wouldn't he? Do they vary greatly from the main variety of lobster, the lobsters you import here?
Yes, they're more like what is known here as the crawfish.
Oh, the crawfish. They don't have those pincer-like claws, do
No.
they? They don't. Up in Maine, lobsters are so common they use them for everything. Bookends, doorstops, paperweights. I know a politician up there in the town, Old Orchard. There's a man, Mr. Mullen, a politician, who even uses a live lobster for a mouse trap. Yes, he rubs cheese on inside the claws of the lobster and sets the lobster down on the floor like that. The mouse comes out and smells the cheese in the lobster's claw, and instantly the lobster closes in, and Mr. Mullen has a mouse head to mouth. Well, thank you a lot. I'm sorry you didn't bring along one of those lobster tails. I don't think I've ever eaten one. And
I'll bring one for you if you want to.
I wish you would next week, and you can come back on the program, and I'll eat it while you're here. Thank you a lot, Mrs. Green. And now, Portland.
Mr. John Daly from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Daly.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
I was going to ask your profession, but I have been informed by a gentleman who is in charge of split seconds here that I've been talking too much. So I'm going to go into our question, if you'll excuse me. You don't mind, do you, Mr. Daly?
Certainly not.
Well, thank you. Now, some other day I'll meet you on the street and ask you what your profession is to keep the record straight. That brings us to our question. Tonight we discuss an institution that has been a source of ridicule for generations. It's the mother-in-law. Last year, a group of women got together and formed what is known as the Mother-in-Law Association. Its aim at that time was to banish all harsh and vulgar mother-in-law jokes. Now, recently, the association met again this year and changed the name mother-in-law to kin-mother. Now, our question tonight is, do you think that mother-in-law jokes should be stopped, and should the mother-in-law be accorded more respect? Now, Mr. Rhoda, how do you feel about mothers-in-law?
Well, mine being so far away, I don't think I'm such a good judge.
In Jackson Heights, is she?
No, farther than that. 3,000 miles.
Oh, well, you can speak freely then. Well, how do you get along with your mother-in-law, Mr. Rhoda?
Well, I got along very well with her.
When you were near her?
Absolutely.
Well, then I'd say that you would be in favor of letting up on mother-in-laws.
I think so, yes.
All right. Mrs. Green?
Well,
how do you feel about mothers-in-law?
I feel that they should be able to take a joke as well as anybody else, and by making an issue of it, as these people have done, trying to form committees and such, I think they only make it more ridiculous.
They're overdoing it,
Absolutely. I
But-
think they poke more fun than anyone else does.
Well, of course, they open up a whole new field. That'll give radio 3 years longer to live. Now it's a new mother-in-law joke. But how do you personally feel? Do you think that the mother-in-laws are ridiculed too greatly, personally? Yes, sir?
Personally, I've never found it so. No.
You haven't. All right, thank you. You think they should, though, that people shouldn't ridicule them?
No, I don't think they deserve ridicule particularly.
All right, that's the way we want to get this even. Now, Mr. Daly, how do you feel? You're married, are you?
I certainly am, Mr. Allen.
Do you... Well, you had me fooled. You don't look it, I will say. But how do you feel about mothers-in-law?
Well, I think that's up to the mother-in-laws. I believe there's 2 types of mother-in-laws.
2 types.
The good type that builds you up and makes you feel like you're somebody, and the type who's constantly trying to tear you down to make you feel like you're nuts, you know?
Oh, so you believe that the person is entitled to a choice?
I said.
Well, I think our forum stands 2 for the mothers-in-law, and Mr. Daly, who would have to be talked into it, but I haven't got the time. I'm firmly convinced that in spite of anything we have said tonight, the mother-in-law will survive, and I will probably get hit on the head the next time my mother-in-law shows up at the house. On this pleasant note of anticipation, the meeting is hurriedly adjourned, and thank you all for your kind participation. Thank you. And now the Merry Macs, ladies and gentlemen, their song, I'll See You in My Dreams.
I'll see you in my dreams. Hold you in my dreams. Someone took you out of my arms. Still I feel the thrill of your charm. Lips that once were mine. Tender eyes that shine. They will light my way tonight. I'll see you in my dreams. I'll see you in my dreams. I'll hold you in my dreams. Someone took you out of my arms, but still I feel the thrill of your charm. Lips that once were mine, all mine. Tender, tender eyes that shine. Even though you're gone, your eyes will light my way tonight. You're gone, in my dreams I'll hold you tight. Oh, oh, I'll see you in my dreams.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to show you how fast news travels, I learned the other day that almost 3,000 years ago in Rome, a favorite remedy for a cold was for the person who had one to read aloud. Now, there's a choice morsel of pharmaceutical nonsense.
Well, Fred, I think that's a swell idea.
Well, Harry, do you mean to say that if you had a cold, you could do it any good by reading the Farmer's Almanac or the telephone directory out loud?
No, certainly not, Fred. It all depends on what you read. Now, I have a little paragraph here, reading time 58 seconds, that would do a whale of a lot of good for anyone who reads it.
Well, then, Harry, by all means, read it.
All right, it's this. At the very first sign of a cold, take sparkling Sal Hepatica. Because Sal Hepatica helps fight colds faster. That's why it's recommended by so many doctors. As a matter of fact, in a recent impartial survey among physicians conducted by leading medical journals, it was found that 7 out of 10 physicians recommend the saline laxative when treating a cold. And Sal Hepatica, we believe, is the outstanding saline laxative in America. There are 2 very good reasons for this, which you can check with your own doctor. First,
Sal Hepatica acts quickly, yet it is exceptionally gentle.
And since the progress of a cold is fast, this greater speed of Sal Hepatica is especially important in fighting it. Second,
Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract the acidity that so often accompanies a cold.
So get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist and always keep it on hand for quick cold-fighting service. Remember, for faster action in treating colds, take Sal Hepatica.
The mighty Ellen Arthurs present an Antarctic episode. It's called Admiral Allen Was Leading a Dog's Life, so they left him at the pole. Music, Arturo.
This is station KUNK, New York. The program originally scheduled for this time, Chef Fink and His Drooling Rhythm, has been canceled. Instead, we take you now to the South Pole for a surprise shortwave interview with the famous Antarctic explorer, Admiral Rufus E. Allen. The next voice you hear will be that of Admiral Allen, speaking from the South Pole. Take it away, Admiral. That was not Admiral Allen, folks, I hope. Mr. Markell, our engineer, is having a little difficulty making contact. We'll try it again. Take it away, Admiral Allen. Take it away, Admiral Allen. Take it. Maybe he can't take it. Come in, Admiral.
Hello, America.
Oh, I said there's something here.
Hello, America. Can you hear me, America?
Not very well, Admiral. Can you speak more distinctly?
Okay, America. How's this, America?
Much better, Admiral. How are conditions down there at the pole?
I'll be a journey talk tip.
Oh, watch it, Admiral.
Are we on the air?
Yes, Admiral.
Hello, America.
You said that. Now, how are things at the pole, Admiral?
It's too darn cold, America. But my little pen is facing hardships bravely, America.
Oh, good. Have you any message from the Arctic waste to deliver to civilization?
Yes. If the pot of gold calls me up.
Yes?
Tell them my new phone number is Penguin 4. Ring 2. An Eskimo will run over and get me.
Okay, Admiral.
No, goodbye, America. Goodbye, America. Goodbye.
Come in. Close that blasted door.
Tompkins reporting, sir. Did you talk to America?
Yes, I just signed off. Have you taken the temperature reading, Tompkins?
Just finished, sir. Temperature's 80 below and dropping fast.
80 below. What are you using for a thermometer? The Trilon?
It's so cold the mercury's hanging down from the thermometer, sir. It's wobbling about like a pendulum.
Cad, we've been here 6 months at Little Brooklyn. This is the coldest yet.
Yes, sir. It got so cold this morning I couldn't saw any firewood. The teeth on the saw were chattering.
We're doomed, Tompkins. It's getting colder by the hour, and we're almost out of food.
Can't you send some men out to hunt for food?
I had Welch, Weaver, and Stensky out hunting yesterday. Welch bagged a small walrus.
And the other two?
Weaver's a little nearsighted. He bagged Stensky.
That won't help.
No, Stensky only weighs 80 pounds. He's practically all gristle.
Somebody's knocking, sir.
You have keen eardrums, Tompkins. Come in.
Sacre bleu, it is cold.
Pierre, my cook.
Pierre, your ex-cook quit.
You can't quit, Pierre. Get back out to the cookhouse and start making dinner.
No, you shan't. How can I make the dinner when there is nothing to cook?
You can fake it, can't you?
20 years I have studied under the great Oscar. And what have I cooked on this expedition?
What?
December, fried reindeer horns.
Delicious.
January, penguin du jour.
Piquant.
February, porpoise pandowdy.
Delightful.
I am pleased.
This is vitamin sabotage, Pierre. You got my menu for today's dinner. Now you get out and cook.
Pierre Tonnerre, who can cook that order? Overshoes medium rare with fried snow.
You'll cook them overshoes and like it. And fillet some of the sole for me.
But Pierre is artiste. I want to make the grilli delicieusement and the sauces supreme.
Never mind your fancy sauces. I'm giving you 2 minutes to start cooking, or I'm taking away your postcard.
No. Not it. Pierre will obey.
And make a tray of meat.
Oui, Admiral. Nom de cochon. For this I have left Otis Fisher on 21st Street.
Yeah, Tompkins. The expedition has got to get food. How much do you weigh, Tompkins?
Good heavens, sir, you're not planning...
Not yet, Tompkins. But try to put on a little weight. Just in case.
We won't starve, Admiral. We still have our cow.
Nobody's eating Daisy, Tompkins. That cow's our good luck mascot.
But you've got to do something, sir. Say, what are we supposed to be doing down here at the South Pole, anyway?
I'm collecting data. I'm syndicating a newspaper column. My data. Come here.
Where's Admiral Allen?
Cress, why ain't you out on patrol today?
I'm quitting. You can take the pole and hold on,
Cress. You ain't making me a party to no international incident. You get back on patrol.
Not in this cold, Cress. The first hour I'm out there, what happens? These come off in my hands. Look.
Your ears.
Yeah, me ears. The second hour I'm out there in that cold, this drops off in the snow. Look at this.
Yeah, your nose.
Yeah, me nose. The third hour, I feel some lumps in my mittens. Here, pull my mittens off.
Okay, I will. Hey, what dropped?
Me finger. The ear's gone, the nose gone, now my finger's gone.
Get yourself together, Cress.
Half of me is laying on the floor.
Now pick up your fingers and go.
Okay, I'm going. I tell you, I've never seen it this cold before but once.
Where was that?
In Florida.
This is bad business, Admiral. This cold will ruin the men's morale.
Cold. Don't mention cold again, Tompkins. The word cold is taboo from now on. Call in the men. I'm telling them to. Blow the assembly horn.
Yes, sir.
If Cress shoots off his mouth before it drops off, he can start a mutiny. I'm stopping this cold talk right now.
Here's the boys coming, sir.
Come in, fellas.
Go assembly horn.
Men of the Allen expedition, attention.
Yes, sir.
Now, men, there's a rumor around camp that this cold is getting you down, is it?
Yes, sir.
Now, we knew when we come down here to the pole it was going to be powerful cold, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Now, just because it's worse than we expected, are we going to let it lick us, men?
Yes, sir.
Now, hold on. That ain't the spirit, men.
Oh, yeah? We want to get back to civilization.
That's right. This ain't mutiny, men.
It ain't cooperation.
Nobody can stand this cold.
It's a you.
All right, men. If you want to scuttle the Admiral's expedition, I'm licked. I'll contact America shortwave and get them to send us a rescue ship.
That's all right.
All right, boys. I'll turn on the radio. Hello, America. Hello, America.
Hello, Barney. Who's calling?
Is this Radio City, New York?
This is Irving Goldfarb, the Bronx, a short-wave ham.
You one of them ham operators?
Please, a real operator. I'm not even using ham in conversation.
Now listen, Goldfarb. This is Admiral Allen at the South Pole.
Oh, get to know you, Admiral. This is Irving of Irving's Delicatessen.
I need a rescue ship. I'm out of food.
I am immediately sending out my boy a special order of assorted cold cuts.
Cold cuts?
Yeah. Cold
Why,
cuts.
that propaganda spreading hypocrite. Give me that harpoon, somebody.
What's the matter with the cold cuts?
I'll hack this radio to bits. Why, cold. Cold.
Bob signing off to get home,
Cold cuts. He's sending us cold.
Admiral, you've ruined the expedition's radio.
Now we can't get no rescue ship.
I said what I'd do if I heard that word cold again, and I done it.
Well, what are we going to do, Admiral?
We're marooned here now. I'm wishing we had him. Instead of, I'm putting no time for ad-libbing, men. We're dealing. I'm putting you men under martial law. The first man that mentions cold again gets shot.
Well, we wouldn't mention it, sir, if we had some food.
All right, men. I give in. You boys can have Daisy. Tompkins,
Yes,
go
sir.
out to the cookhouse. Tell Pierre to cancel them overshoes. Tell him to cook up Daisy the cow.
Yes, sir. Pierre will finally have a chance to prepare one of his famous sauces. I'm off.
Now, there's going to be steaks for everybody. What do you say, man?
Yum, yum.
Are you shivering, Cutler?
I'm shivering with joy, Admiral. That ain't the cold.
I told you, Cutler, I'm shooting the first man that mentions cold.
I'm sorry, sir.
Now, this is my last warning, men, and this goes for everybody. The next man that mentions cold is a goner.
Come and get it, gentlemen.
Yeah. What's the idea of bringing that raw cow in here?
Well, Tompkins say you are in a hurry, no?
But you ain't even cooked, Daisy. All you've done is peel off her hide.
Mais oui, the raw meat is nothing. Pierre has made the sauce on top. The sauce par excellence.
Let me see that sauce. Why, you no-good left-bank hash-slinger. You frog-eating, double-dealing, calorie conniver.
Nazi gun.
Nasty gun. Take this, Pierre Flambeau.
Oh! Bonsoir.
Bone riddance.
Admiral, are you crazy?
I know what I'm doing.
But you've killed our cook. We'll starve to death.
I said I'd kill the man who mentioned temperature again, didn't I?
Yes, sir, but I didn't hear Pierre say anything about the cold.
He didn't say it, but he hinted at it.
Hinted?
What do you mean? Take a look at the sauce on top of that cow, man. Yes, it's chili. Before we preview the outstanding lulls in next week's program, we'd like you to know that one winter, 25,000 years ago, Confucius said,
Cold in head is not to be sneezed at.
And this winter, Harry Von Zell say,
No cold, no matter how slight, should ever be neglected. At the very first sign of a cold, put 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. Because sparkling sal hepatica helps fight colds faster. There are 2 very good reasons why it does, and you can check them with your own doctor.
First, sal hepatica is speedy, yet it's very gentle, and speed is mighty important in fighting a cold. Second, and just as important, this famous saline laxative also helps nature counteract the acidity that so frequently accompanies a cold.
Remember, in a recent survey, it was found that 7 out of 10 doctors recommend a saline laxative in treating a cold. And sal hepatica, we believe, is America's outstanding saline laxative. So for faster action against colds, get a bottle of gentle, quick-acting sal hepatica at any drugstore.
Well, we're a little late. I won't have time to say good night, so good, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.